is ABC Sports, home of the Bowl Championship Series and the National Championship Game.
Just 2 weeks ago, ranked number 2, Joe Paterno's Nittany Lions saw Minnesota Prayer answered. A final play upset that left a once undefeated team down and out of the national title chase. Further disaster followed, a fourth quarter collapse that cost a trip to Pasadena. Today, they look for a reappearance of Penn State pride. But Michigan State has its own mission. The season's already reaped rewards at Notre Dame, and a perfect home record included wins over Michigan and Ohio State. Penn State is next on the hit list as the Spartans point towards New Year's Day. On a gray, cool day in East Lansing, Michigan, Spartan Stadium about set to warm up as 28 seniors play their final game on this field. The Big Ten standings up to date after what just went on up the road in Ann Arbor. Michigan a winner over Ohio State today. Penn State and Michigan State in the thick of things in the bowl picture. The question is, where do they go bowling? And will it be on New Year's Day or will it be late in 1999? Hi, everybody. I'm Brad Nessler. Welcome to East Lansing and Spartan Stadium. This is a game of clubs that at the beginning of the season, one was unranked in Michigan State. Penn State was ranked number 1. Now they find themselves fighting to stay in the BCS picture. My partner is Bob Greasy. Bob, you know, for Penn State 2 weeks ago, they were in that Sugar Bowl cluster there. The sugar's fallen out of the bowl now after back-to-back losses, and the petals fell off the rose last week. What do they look for this week?
Well, the expectations were very high. This is a team that returned 18 starters from last year's team. The thing today for Joe Paterno and his coaching staff is to get this team back and get them to play this ball game. I think they need to turn to their seniors, and especially the seniors on their defense. Brandon Short is unquestionably the leader of this defense and this team, and he's got to get them going.
Everybody in the Big Ten hit a stretch where they lost at least 2 games in a row. Same thing happened to Michigan State after starting 6-0, but they're on the upswing now.
Yeah. Well, they're on a roll, and as you mentioned, no expectations, unranked before the season. If they win this game today, it's been 33 years since the national championship team, in 66 since they won 9 games. They could go bowling and a big bowl on New Year's Day. That's what we're going to watch for. A great matchup between the Spartans and the Nittany Lions of Penn State is coming up next.
Choose your minivan. From the most luxurious Chrysler Town & Country Limited to America's lowest priced Voyager, you'll find it all in a Chrysler or Plymouth minivan. Maybe that's why Voyager won a Consumer's Digest Best Buy 10 years in a row. And maybe that's why more people choose from our family of minivans than any other.
In the last 13 years, Nicorette helped over 1 million people help themselves stop smoking. And that was the reason that convinced me to use Nicorette. All these people knew it was safe and effective. Nicorette delivers a low level of nicotine fast to help control cravings without the tars and toxins found in cigarettes. And Nicorette was proven safe and effective in more clinical trials than any other product. Just the idea that Nicorette had helped all those people made me feel that Nicorette was the right choice for me in the end. Which it was.
Nicorette helps you fight your cravings, your habit, your way. You can do it. Nicorette can help.
What kept me going was the belief in the dream.
For over 2 years at an arm-numbing 9,000 wheel turns a day, Canadian Rick Hansen wheeled himself around the world, raising over $20 million for spinal cord research and rehabilitation.
We wanted to redefine the way people viewed issues of disability.
Through the Rick Hansen Institute, he's continued to raise almost $100 million more.
And I honestly believe that our best work is still to come.
State Farm salutes life heroes because State Farm understands life.
The big S stands for state, and there are a couple of players who are hoping they're wearing an S on their chest, as in super. Hello, I'm Lynn Swan. Welcome to the sidelines, or in this case, the stands. For Penn State today, they're going to have the big play, and number 2, Shafi Fields, is going to be their #1 target. He's at 2 receptions, over 70 yards. He's going to have that kind of big day if Penn State's going to come out on top. But there is a big-time receiver from Michigan State. Plexico Burrs wears number 4. He's a tall guy, great athlete. He can go up in the air for the ball. He's going up against small defensive backs, so look for him to make the huge play downfield. Now, folks, I'm a wide receiver. I love to see the big games and the big plays. I think we're going to see a lot today, and the outcome is going to depend on those wide receivers. So I'm going to head back down to the field to enjoy it. My new best friends in the stands, I think they're going to have a lot of fun.
All right, Swanee, watch that kid on your right. He's a camera hog. Well, we've got football weather. Joe Paterno, 316 victories. The last losing streak of 3 games was 11 years ago. Nick Saban, his best season yet in East Lansing, and looking for a 9th win. And they haven't been to an upper-tier bowl game since 1988, also 11 years ago. Penn State won the toss and deferred, so they'll kick, and Michigan State set to receive. And back deep, that's Herb Haygood. Little John Flowers will flank him, and Michigan State's offense will be on the field first. Travis Forney about set to tee it up. Last year was 51-28 in this one. Penn State a big winner, but 2 years ago on this field, it was all Michigan State. One team 9-2, one 8-2. They're tied in the Big Ten. The final regular season game of the Big Ten season for these clubs, and we're underway. A high kick. Hager camps under it at the 5. Straight up the middle is Hager. Cuts outside across the 40, across midfield. Flips on his own and goes down to the 44-yard line. Trying to avoid the kicker, and Haygood lost his footing, but he takes it 51 yards.
Well, they must have been working on their kickoff returns, because they are ranked last in the NCAA in kickoff returns, 114th, but not in the opening kickoff. Great blocking up the center, and Haygood just takes himself down.
So great starting field position for Burke in the offense. Toss sweep. Only back to the line of scrimmage, though, for Lloyd Clemens. Let's check the Chile starting lineup. The big uns up front for Michigan State. Payco a question mark with an injury. Sakura, Jensen, Mason, and Robinson Randall. The backfield, or rather wide receivers, Burris and Gary Scott, with Chris Baker, the tight end, and in the backfield with Bill Burke, the senior, playing his final game. Lloyd Clemens, who just carried there. DeJuan Moss is the fullback. No gain on the opening snap. 2nd down and 10. Michigan State at the Penn State 44-yard line. Play action. Burke. Complete. Gary Scott, the offensive captain, down to the 27-yard line. Defensively for Penn State, here's how they line up. Courtney Brown, an All-American, at one end. Kirpakis the other. Fleischhauer and Kennedy are inside. 2 Butkus finalists in Brandon Short and LeVar Arrington, and Mac Morrison ain't bad either. The secondary, the best cover man's David Macklin, Adams, Fox, and Anthony King round out the secondary. 1st down at the 28-yard line for Michigan State after the great opening kick return. Here's Clemens. Got to the 26. That's all, a pickup of 2.
Well, Bill Burke is off to a good start, and he much would prefer to play the friendly confines right here. Look at what he's done at home. 12 touchdown passes, only 2 interceptions at home, but away, the 12 interceptions have been costly, especially in the 2 losses, both losses occurring on the road.
3 wideouts for Michigan State on a 2nd and 8.
It's kind of unusual. LeVar Arrington on the sideline.
Burke. Near side, got his man complete. Keeping his footing is Richardson, and he spins his way to the 20-yard line, about 2 yards shy of a 1st down. And keep in mind, Bill Burke is playing in some pain, a pectoral muscle below his shoulder near his ribs. We asked him about how he's progressed this week to get ready for the game.
Well, it's just you know, rib out of place and some muscles that are sore because of that rib, and I've just gotten a little bit better each day and really just kind of blocked it out of my head and and got prepared to play Penn State. You know, it's just part of the game when you have to play with some pain, and that's just what I'm going to have to do.
Just a rib out of place. Have a rib out of place sometime. Here's Duckett. He's got Michigan State in the end zone. Touchdown. P.J. Duckett goes 20 yards straight up the middle.
Duckett is a true freshman, one of the top recruits in the state of Michigan. He played linebacker and running back, but in high school, but just this year, Michigan State's using him only as a running back.
Paul Ettinger for the point after.
The interesting thing there, LeVar Arrington was not on the field for that first drive.
7-0 Spartans. And Joe Five's troops haven't even touched it yet, nor have they touched P.J. Duckett.
Don't you just hate the phrase, assembly required? Well, at Chili's, we do too. So with our new Chili's sirloin stack, we've done all the assembling for you. We take tender, juicy sirloin, hand-rubbed with our robust blend of seasonings, a mound of sautéed onions, and grilled peppers. Then we put them together for an incredibly bold new taste. And you'll only need a couple basic tools. Chili's new sirloin stack. Let's eat.
Where will you be when the millennium turns? Your dreams change. So have we. Now Dean Witter and Morgan Stanley have joined to provide a world of investment advice on a personal level. The world will change, but at Morgan Stanley Dean Witter, we will always measure success, one investor at a time.
Sergio Garcia gives an American tradition some Spanish flair. He joins Duval couples in O'Meara for the Skins game next Saturday at 4:30 on ABC.
Remember, Haygood's kick return set him up at the 44. T.J. Duckett caps off the 44-yard touchdown march. 20 yards straight up the middle against Joe Paterno's defense. Paul Ettinger set to kick. Kenny Watson and Larry Johnson wait on it for Penn State. What a way for the Spartans to start in the first couple minutes. Kenny Watson draws a bead from the goal line. Nice coverage on special teams. They drop him at the 14-yard line. Sean Wright made the tackle. And let's go back to the touchdown, Bob.
Well, LeVar Arrington was not in on that first defensive series. It may have been a disciplinary thing. Here's the man that's subbing for him, number 3, Graham. Watches as the ball comes through here. Number 3, Graham, will be blocked. Nice job on the interior offensive line right there. A couple of missed tackles by Fox and Adams. But, you know, I'm just guessing here, but I don't think he's injured. I think it was a disciplinary thing that he didn't start the ball game.
We're going to talk to Swanee after this play out on the field. It's Penn State from its own 14-yard line. Harris, a single setback. Shoffey Fields in motion, gets a call on the end around. Shoffey Fields got a first down on the first carry of the game out. 13-yard pickup and a first down, and he's injured.
I think he hurt himself. He slid there, and it looked like he did something to his hip.
Oh. Got dragged down in a kind of awkward position after that run.
Not a good start for Penn State. How often have you seen Joe Paterno start a series with a reverse? Go ahead, Lenny.
Oh, awkward landing on the hip and the left knee.
Not a good start for Penn State. They get scored on the first drive on their defense, and they get their best big play guy hurt.
Sam Crenshaw takes his spot, and that's where Thompson goes on the pass. After the 30, where Ronaldo Hill swarms around him, a pickup of 2. Let's check in with Swanee.
Well, Brad, as you know, Penn State doesn't give injury information, so we may not be able to find out just exactly what happened to Shafi Field. But as far as LeVar Arrington is concerned, he appears not to be injured. He's on the sideline. He's got his uniform on. He was talking to players on the sideline when they came off from that last defensive effort and gave no indication of having any kind of injury.
Yeah, I saw him warming up before the game, Lenny, and he didn't seem to be injured at all.
Pick up a 3 on the pass play. 2nd down and 7 for the Nittany Lions on their opening drive of the ball game. Trailing already 7-0. Crenshaw in motion. And it's a fullback, Saramelli. And they got him wrapped up after a gain of about a yard. Robert Smith made the stop. Penn State's offensive line, they're worried about that inside group of Cole, Ransom, and Caruso. McKenzie and Blick are the tackles. The wide receivers, well, Shafi Field started but played only 1 play. Eddie Drummond has great speed. Tony Stewart's the tight end. And in the backfield with Kevin Thompson is Eric McCoo and Mike Saramelli, the fullback. And both had huge games last year against Michigan State.
Losing Fields, Shafi Fields, would be crucial. 38 receptions on the years, 5 touchdown passes. He is their big play guy.
3rd down and 6 for the Nittany Lions. Blitz is coming. Thompson in trouble. Got rid of it. Stewart, his tight end, should have had it. Dropped it. And Penn State's got to give it up. Kevin Thompson on a safety blitz from Thomas Wright. Had to dump that thing in a hurry. Still should have been caught, though.
Exactly. The good news, Fran Ganner, the offensive coordinator, saying our quarterbacks have to recognize the defense, get their hot reads, and get rid of it. He did. He just didn't catch the football.
Gary Scott, the all-time punt return leader for Michigan State, waiting on Roy's kick. High spiral. Scott says, clear out, everybody. It hits the sideline, and they're going to spot it out at about the 33-yard line. So Michigan State in front, and All-American on the sideline waiting his turn.
Parents love the fact that the Burger King Big Kids meal has more of a great tasting food their kids love. And kids love the fact that they can get a limited edition gold-plated Pokemon trading card to trade with their friends. Which makes every parent happy. Well, most parents. Now when you buy a tasty value meal, you can get a 23-karat gold-plated Pokemon trading card from Pokemon the First Movie for just $1.99. Pokemon and Burger King. Come and catch 'em all.
Now there's a better way to keep your baby from freezing. Use Xerox Antifreeze. Its patented formula is backed by a 5-year, 100,000-mile money-back guarantee. The temperature never drops below Xerox.
At BASF, we don't make the car, we make it more colorful. We don't make a lot of the products you buy, we make a lot of the products you buy better. BASF.
The 300 secret. At Chrysler, the latest 300 is unveiled.
The 300 philosophy has always been one of styling leadership, presenting the newest 300.
Chrysler 300M, the 253 horsepower descendant of the legendary Letter series.
Sliding into the spacious cabin makes you feel connected to a true automotive thoroughbred.
Seven 0 Michigan State. 4.5 minutes into the first quarter, and they take over their second offensive series at their own 33-yard line.
First down 10, Michigan State. Ball at the start, 33.
Duckett, a touchdown on the opening drive. This is Burke to throw. Sails that one high, and Scott made a great one-handed catch. I thought that one was going to sail all the way to the Penn State.
I did too. I want to thank you very much, Gary Scott.
Ooh.
Well, he pulled that one down. I'm sure when Bill let that go, he says, oh, gee, I overthrew him. Look at this.
What a catch.
Scott is 6'1", and made a great catch there.
Now they go to a 2 tight end set.
Second down 1, Michigan State.
And both wideouts, Scott and Burris, to the near side. On 2nd and 2, Baker in motion. Lloyd Clemens puts his head down and goes down at about the line of scrimmage. LeVar Arrington not in the game. The word we are receiving from Penn State is that it's a right shoulder problem, and They're missing a guy that is a Butkus and Lombardi and about 4 other award possibilities. 9 sacks, an interception for a touchdown.
Third down, 2.
And they're also missing
kick blocker.
Anthony. Yeah, exactly. A kick blocker and Anthony King, their starting corner.
Foot problem for Anthony King, we're being told. And here's the big guy again. T.J. Duckett out to the 47, first down as we go out to New York and John Saunders. John?
Right here on the Burger King update, Stanford trying to lock up the Pac-10. They led it 7-0. Then on the kickoff, Delta O'Neal takes it a yard deep, and this will be a 100-yard kickoff return for a touchdown. His 4 interceptions returned for touchdowns this year. That's an NCAA record, and now add this one to it. They are tied early at 7 apiece. Brad.
Stanford thinking Rose Bowl. Penn State and Michigan State thinking possible BCS involvement. Burke throws out complete. That's Ivor McCoy, the other tight end, and he's got a first down.
Bill Burke pass complete.
With a 40-yard line, Matt Morrison ran him out of bounds.
We showed you the graphic on Bill Burke as playing at home versus on the road. It's key that they get him off to a good start. From behind the defense, quick passing, 3 steps, hit your tight end on a slant to the outside. Bill Burke has as good of receivers to throw to as any quarterback in the Big Ten. The 2 wide receivers and the tight end.
Well, he's off to that good start right now, Bob. 4 for 4. He can be streaky good, and he can go south on you in a streak, as he did against Purdue. Motion over on the far side. Plaxico Burris came out of his stance over there in front of David Macklin. That's going to be 5 yards against Michigan State.
Prior to the snap, false start on the offense. 5-yard penalty remains. First down.
So they back it up near the 45.
Well, we talked about the Dell game solutions for Michigan State. Get Bill Burke off to a good start. Get the ball to the wide receivers and let them make some big plays. Defensively, set the tempo for the victory. The seniors on that defense and Brandon Sharp have got to stop the run and pressure the passer.
And they haven't done either so far. They gave up a 20-yard touchdown run. First down at 15 for the Spartans, leading by 7. Burke rolls and throws, and it's in and out of the hands of Burris in front of Macklin. And it would have been back to the original line of scrimmage. Check in with Lynn Swan.
Brad, during the pregame warm-up, I was talking to Jerry Sandusky, and he indicated that his defensive unit was pretty banged up. But he did not obviously say that LeVar Arrington would not be playing. And, you know, this week, the team took it very easy. A lot of workouts without pads. They wanted to rest the team, not have a lot of contact. And one of the things that people don't understand is in the Big Ten, a tough conference, when you play game after game of tough competition, it takes a toll on you for the next week.
And especially that game last week. He talked with us this week about how physical the Michigan game was. Those teams beat each other up last week.
When you talk about physical teams, you got to throw Michigan State right in there at the top.
Yep.
T.J. Duckett for Michigan State.
6-yard pickup for Duckett back across the original line of scrimmage, and that'll bring up third down and about 9.
Joe Paterno's defense has been in for 88 plays each of the last 2 games. And as Jerry Sandusky said, they were tired and fatigued at the end of last week's game against Michigan.
Michigan State by a touchdown and 3rd and 9 at the Penn State 39. 3 wideouts, and Burke will work from the gun. Getting some pressure. Flush to his left, goes back across his body, and Baoju should have had an interception. He dropped it.
No doubt about it. That's what Penn State wants to do, is get pressure on Burke, get him out of the pocket and force him to throw on the run. Jew should have had it. That would have turned this momentum around for the Nittany Lions from the last 2 weeks to right now get something going in this ball game.
Craig Jarrett second in the Big Ten, set to kick to Bruce Branch, who took one the distance. 79 yards against the Wolverines last week.
Somebody for the Lions has got to make a play to get them jump-started.
Side snap. He got the kick away, an end-over-end job. That's going to bounce out of bounds near the 10. And they'll spot it at the 12. That's where Penn State will take over their second offensive series. When we come back, it's the Spartans by 7.
beginning to think of the automobile, not just as a family vehicle, but as a personal and individual means of transportation.
The throb of a powerful engine. Now for a moment, imagine yourself as driver of this automobile. You really have to drive it.
At the Chrysler Proving Ground,
Give them an expressway, and their drivers are...
I think we've made the scenic back roads fun to drive.
Or give them any country or suburban road, rough or smooth. They're the type of people who like the feel of a flying machine.
love to drive the renowned engineers of
A
Chrysler.
minimum of ornamentation and a minimum of chrome moldings.
She's a regular firecracker. The sounds of nature sing their prettiest over the rich, throaty obligato of his engine.
Even sheet metal can have a soul.
And they give you back the romance of driving.
And that is why these will never land on an ordinary car.
And you find out what exceptional unity of man and machine has been achieved.
We're on the road to the Nokia Sugar Bowl! And nothing's gonna stop us! Look out!
Now what? There's an easier way to the national championship. Nokia's Road to #1 sweepstakes. Just buy any Nokia model phone in a specially marked box and you can win trips to the Nokia Sugar Bowl or thousands of other great prizes.
Looks like you finally found yourself a date for the game.
Nokia. Connecting people.
With Bob Greasy and Lynn Swan, I'm Brad Nessler back at Spartan Stadium. Joe Paterno's Nittany Lions have the ball back at their own 12-yard line, trailing 7-0. Coffee Fields is back in there at wide receiver. So apparently he's all right. Kevin Thompson throws out to his tight end. Short gain, about 4 out to John Gilmore. And defensively for Michigan State, the Chili's front wall, Robert Smith, their leading sacker. Boo Boo Thompson, a big target on the other end. Shaw and Saylor are the tackles. The linebackers are rangy. Julian Peterson, a big play guy. T.J. Turner had an all-Big Ten week last week, and Thornhill, the other linebacker. And in the secondary, Amp Campbell and Ronaldo Hill are the corners. Richard Newsom and Eric Morris are the safeties. Here's the toss to McCoo trying to get outside. And he does get the corner and got a first down out to the 23-yard line. Last week it was a horrible ground attack for Penn State against Michigan. They were held to 7 yards rushing on 20 carries, and that's the worst ever under Joe Paterno. So they're already off to a better start with that carry by McCoo.
McCoo last year against Michigan State over in Happy Valley, however, ran for over 200 yards.
And the fullback, Caramelli, had 75 yards and 2 touchdowns as well. He's the up man in the eye on a first down. Play action for Thompson. For Fields, he overshot him. And out there covering was Amp Campbell. Kevin Thompson last week, you talk about taking a beating in a physical game against Michigan. They hit him and kept on hitting him until Joe Paterno even said, I was wondering if he'd ever get up. That's Niall Diggs earlier this season. That slightly separated his shoulder. But here was last week against Michigan. Watch this one in the chin. Oh. Ouch. I talked to Kevin last night and talked about that hit as he goes complete to his tight end after the 25-yard line. I said, how's your jaw? Were you eating soup through a straw all week? He was hit so hard he had 5 stitches in his chin, and the TMJ joint on the right side, basically it's like taking a door off the hinges, and his jaw was dishinged, if you will. They put it back together on the sideline. That's how tough he is. He came back and played the game.
You talk about a tough character. Fifth-year senior, didn't want to be out of this game. Last regular season game as a fifth-year senior for Thompson.
Third down and a long 7. And the crowd comes to life with a Spartan defense that's showing blitz. Thompson in a hurry. Incomplete. And Penn State's got to kick it away again. Thomas Wright.
The Spartans had good pressure that time and made him throw out of a hole. Had a lot of defensive linemen around him with their hands up. Even if he caught it, he wouldn't have made the first down.
So Gary Scott goes back in punt return formation. David Royer to kick. Another nice kick by Royer. Scott may have a chance, though, from the 33. Gary Scott, a 10-yard return on the punt. And it's going to be the Spartans right back in business, leading 7-0 on their home field, looking for their 9th win of the season and looking to go unbeaten at home for the first time since 1966. They took the opening kick return for 51 yards and then gave it to their freshman, T.J. Duckett, who went 20 yards bursting up the middle. That's the only score we have so far. Michigan State 7 and Penn State nothing. Penn State has mustered very little on either side of the ball, defensively or on offense for Joe Pop.
Spartans have had great field position so far in the first quarter.
Burke on first down. Throws too far in front of Plaxico Burris, incomplete. And Burke's been a little bit high and long on his last couple throws.
It's a good thing he was wide on that one because Mac Morrison, the linebacker, was flying out there underneath.
Bill started 4 for 4 and has missed his last 3 now. Second down at 10.
Spartans ball to Michigan State.
And still no LeVar Arrington. 2 tight ends set on the counter. Poof, did Clemens get hit by Courtney Brown?
You know, different coaches have different ways of dealing with injuries. Some of them will be honest and open with you and tell the press at the beginning of the week about a guy, and others will conceal it. Like Joe likes to do.
Bill Snyder at Kansas State, Hayden Fry for years and years at Iowa. Many coaches who just do not try to give the opposition an advantage, nor do they really care what the media thinks about them not telling.
Right. It helps the opposition prepare. But you know, in the NFL, you have to disclose all of the injuries, so everybody knows everything, and then it's an even playing field.
Ron Graham, the guy running around, getting in position out in the slot. To the near side is the man taking LeVar Arrington's spot in the lineup. And they're picking on him right now, but they overshot the intended receiver. Graham was way out of position, but Burke was high, intended for Haygood, and Penn State will get it back. The Spartans will have to kick.
Graham is a good linebacker. He's going to be an outstanding player, and next year when they lose both Brandon Short and Mac Morrison, he'll step in and play.
Tell you what, that's not a matchup they want, though. Him playing out there on a wide receiver.
No way.
Garrett to punt. Bruce Branch waiting on him. They'll try to keep it away from him, I'm sure. Line drive kick, though, they can't. He's going to field this at the 25 and go down at the 25. Nice coverage. Demario Suggs got down there to make the hit. 31-yard punt and no return. ABC Sports presentation of college football brought to you by Chrysler, giving you back the romance of driving. BASF, we don't make a lot of products you buy. We make a lot of products you buy better. Chili's, a proud sponsor of ABC College Football, and inspired technology with a human touch. Nokia, connecting people. As Sparty stands almost 11 feet tall here on the...
Guy looks like you. I saw you getting out of the pool at the hotel. You know, your upper body.
Yeah, it looks just like me. First down at the 26.
Maybe that was Lynn, I think.
Yeah, I don't think it was me. Here's a toss. And Kenny Watson takes it up near the 34-yard line. Let's check the Dell Game Solutions going the other way, Bob.
Well, for Penn State, they've got to throw the football to win. Michigan State's number 2 in the nation against the run. Penn State's got to throw. For Michigan State defensively, the front 7 has to control the line of scrimmage.
So far, they have done that.
Yep, they have.
Pick up a 3 on the carry by Watson. It's 2nd down and 7. Play action for Thompson. In trouble in the pocket. And now scrambles out of it and got what he could and did pick up a couple of yards. Josh Shaw drags him down from behind. It'll bring up a 3rd down situation and about 3.
You know, this Michigan State defense, when you're a quarterback, sit back in a pocket, and everything's fine, you're clear thinking. But then when somebody breaks in there and you start scrambling, look at the jerseys, the same color as the turf. You kind of get them lost. You know, they kind of go, the color kind of blends with the field, and you don't know where they're coming from.
There's numbers in green all over the place.
It's an unfair advantage. That's right. It's white and green everywhere. Some of it's moving, some of it's not.
3rd down at 3. McCoo had to avoid one guy in the backfield and couldn't avoid the second. Boo Boo Thompson made the hit, but it was Julian Peterson who forced him out of where he wanted to run.
He was going to try and pitch this ball back to the wide receiver a couple of times, but Peterson got upfield so quickly that plan was aborted. Watch this. He looks like he's going to pitch it.
He was going to try to get it to Sam Crenshaw.
Yeah.
You're exactly right. Royer to punt. End over end kick. Gary Scott from the 37.
Scott in the open field. He's the punter to beat. And he's got him. Gary Scott. Touchdown, Spartan.
Touchdown. We told you he was their punt return leader all time, and he just went over 1,000 yards in punt return turf, and 63 of it for a touchdown on that one. Paul Ettinger in for the point after. All Spartans here in the first 12 minutes.
It's the special teams that have let Penn State down and have set the tone for this game early for the Spartans. First the opening kickoff and a wrong punt return, a kickoff return. Now the punt return for a touchdown by Gary Scott. Right up the middle. Both returns right up the middle.
He was never touched. That is a splashy way to go over 1,000 yards in punt return for your career, huh? 14-0. A senior playing his final game here at home.
Yep. And Brad, I just want to throw in one more point. We were talking about LeVar Arrington. Normally, he is on that special teams unit.
That's a good point, Swanee. You're right. You got to wonder if they need a field goal block sometime today if number 11's not in there.
Now, I don't think he's going to go in there for a field goal block if he's not on the defense.
He's trying to do what he can to fire up his teammates. They are in a 2-touchdown hole right now.
You know, Brad, sometimes when your star player doesn't play, it kind of sends a message to the rest of the team. Now, I don't know how bad his shoulder is or how severe it is, but it sends a message, you know. Sometimes it sends a negative message. Sometimes it's positive, but so far it's been a negative sign.
Kenny Watkins from the 5. Oh. And did he get hammered by Sean Wright on the special teams as he got it out to the 22-yard line. Michigan State started their season, remember, 6-0. And then they dropped 2 straight. And Nick Saban said we maybe got a little bit too big for our britches.
Our whole focus was always on being relentless competitors, you know, trying to dominate the other team. Don't worry about the scoreboard. And all of a sudden, when you're 6-0, you start worrying about being 9-0, and you lose the focus on what got you to play. And the victories were a byproduct of the way you played, and you lose sight of that.
They haven't lost sight of anything so far today. They're looking for their 9th win, and they're playing up a storm. Mike Austin, the linebacker, makes that hit. This is an inspired Michigan State team, and their britches are fitting just fine today.
Penn State has started each possession inside their own 30-yard line. Has 3 possessions and 3 punts. Somebody's got to step up and make a play offensively for Penn State to get this momentum switched around.
They switch their backfield again. They fake the toss, and now Thompson's going deep. And just overshot, no flag. There was a little bump down there. Sam Crenshaw, the intended receiver. And Amp Campbell got tangled up with him, I thought, right at the end of that play.
Well, Amp Campbell has broken up more passes for Michigan State than any other defensive back. He's been around for 6 years. He's had some injuries. And the younger players affectionately call him Grandpa. Grandpa Soup, they call him.
Grandpa Soup. He's quite a kid.
He is. He's a good guy.
7 career interceptions. And, of course, I think most of you know the story about breaking his neck early last season, wondering whether he would even walk, much less ever play football again.
That's a great story.
Yes, it is. 3rd down and long. Penn State trailing by 14. Thompson over the middle to his tight end, but it's not going to be nearly enough for the first down. He's all wrapped up by Hubert Thompson. And Thompson now in a little shoving match with the tight end, John Gilmore. The officials get them separated, and Penn State, another 3 and out.
Penn State, to me, looks like just what they thought they were coming in. A physically down, a worn-down team, physically and mentally, both ways.
75 yards on 2 returns and an electrifying 63-yarder for a score the last time he touched it. You know, Royer's thinking, I hope I can hang it up there, and he can't do anything with it. Well, that's what he did, but he kicked it way out of bounds, and the field position will be great anyway because they spotted at the 46-yard line. Coming up tomorrow, it's a rematch of the 1996 MLS inaugural championship game. Eddie Pope and DC United look to win their 3rd championship in 4 years. They'll take on the LA Galaxy. MLS Cup 99 tomorrow live, 1:30 Eastern, 10:30 Pacific on ABC Sports from Foxborough. Brad Nessler, Bob Greasy, and Lynn Swan at Spartan Stadium with 2:10 left first quarter. All Michigan State so far. Burke off play action, throws high and almost intercepted by Macklin. He would have been off for a touchdown.
That's the 2nd interception that Penn State has had an opportunity. Sandusky knows that either one of them, Beaujeu the first one, Macklin the second one, somebody has got to make a play for this Penn State team that has come in after suffering 2 losses, 2 tough losses at home by a total of 5 points.
The only thing I can think of for Macklin is he was blocked out by the tight end and never saw the ball until it hit him in the hand.
Well, that could happen. He's only 5'7". Tight end is 6'5".
That's right.
250.
2nd down at 10 from the 46. Baker, the tight end, in motion. Burke throws on the run, and again it skips off the hands of Macklin. And Burke got dumped pretty well after he let go of that by Brandon Short. That's 6 straight incompletions for Bill Burke.
Brandon Short is the leader. Not only is the leader, but he leads the team in tackles. 43, quarterback rolls out, high pressure.
One of the Butkus finalists with his teammate LeVar Arrington, as well as Raynoch Thompson at Tennessee and Mark Semino, who we saw last week at Kansas State. That's a pretty good group.
Yeah, what is it? The first time that 2 linebackers from the same school.
Yep.
And what better? They call it the linebacker U, Penn State.
One of them not in there, though, due to injury. Burke in trouble. Courtney Brown chasing. He gets it away, though, and throws it out of bounds. And it'll be 4th down. And when that guy's chasing you, you want to run either really fast or get rid of the football.
Well, I'll tell you what, Billy Burke made a nice move. Here he is right here. Number 86. He stepped up and then got around the guy from the other side and then just throws it away.
This is a 4th straight 3 and out, 2 by each team now, and Jarrett's got to punt again. This time you would think Branch may get a shot at one. Well, he's got to let it bounce, and boy, that's going to cost him a whole chunk of real estate.
And that, especially on artificial turf.
Yep, all the way down to the 7-yard line. 47-yard kick and no return. Coming up Friday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Pacific time. ABC Sports kicks off your Thanksgiving weekend with a college football doubleheader. First, it's Major Applewhite and company and their game with Texas A&M, and then we'll have Eric Crouch and 4th-ranked Nebraska against Colorado. That's our twin bill coming up Friday for you. Grab your leftovers. Those 2 games are anything but leftovers. First down, Penn State, and again, horrible field position from their own 7.
The special teams have contributed to the field position in the first quarter here.
Looked like motion on the left side by McKenzie, the left tackle, I thought came out of his stance. Let's see if it's again Penn State. If it is, they're going to be buried down near their own 2-yard line. And Joe just said, come on, boys. Their field position, as Bob was just talking about, their own 16 is their average, and Michigan State around midfield.
The direct relationship to the opening kickoff when Michigan State took it, 51 yards in the opening kickoff.
That's right. So a great kick return by Michigan State and an even better punt return by Gary Scott, and that's basically what we have right now, 14-0. Well, they back the line of scrimmage up inside the 4. First down and 13. Larry Johnson, the tailback, 3 yards deep in his own end zone. And he gets the call, trying to find the corner, and doesn't. He finds the turf, courtesy of Josh Thornhill, the outside linebacker.
Johnson on the carry.
Defensively, get off the box. Linebackers scrape. Thornhill does a nice job to the outside.
Pretty soon, Penn State's going to have to put one up out of their own end zone. It might be right here. Second down and 13. Thompson will throw from the end zone. Johnson rather makes the catch. And he's hammered by Amp Campbell.
Number 5, Larry Johnson. He is stopped by Michigan State's Amp Campbell.
This was a nice defensive effort by Michigan State. Amp Campbell, number 3, jams him and then looks to the inside. That's a nice job by Campbell. One of the things that Michigan State wanted to do to these 2 wide receivers for the Lions is get up and jam them at the line of scrimmage. Don't let them get off the line of scrimmage. That time Campbell did a nice job of jamming and vision in the backfield.
Quick count, throw out to Shafi Field, fumble!
Michigan State. Penn State's not in this game. Offensively, they're not ready to play. You can see it in their eyes.
Ronaldo Hill recovered it. And Josh Thornhill, I think, is the guy that made the hit.
Shafi Field hurt his leg or hip, something early in the game. And he's not moving like he normally moves.
Eric Morris forced that fumble. Hit him right in the backside, and then the troops got there to recover. And Ronaldo Hill scoops it. Sets up Michigan State now at the Penn State 9, 1st and goal.
And Brad, as a wide receiver, when you've got a little injury like that to your leg, you try and put it out of your mind, but it's obvious that Shafi can't. It stays with you, and it breaks your concentration, and that's what he lost when he lost that football.
Good point.
Duckett, the single setback with a tight end in motion. And it's TJ. Last time he went straight up the middle. This time he goes straight down at the line of scrimmage, courtesy of Brandon Short and Mac Morrison. And the first quarter has belonged to the Spartans. 14-0, Michigan State. ABC Sports presentation of college football returns after this message and a word from our ABC station.
3 years ago, my IT guys told me there'd be 2 kinds of businesses. Those with a vision to master the internet, and those without. And we didn't want to be the second kind. Then Dell came to see us. They showed us how to use the internet for direct relationships with our customers, suppliers, everyone who's a part of our business. With Dell's support, there's no limit to where I can take this company. We always knew we needed the internet. We just didn't know how badly.
Be direct. Dell. Dell servers use Intel Pentium 3 processors.
National Car Rental presents Try for the National Championship. In the 1960 Cotton Bowl, the Syracuse Orangemen, led by the great Ernie Davis, vaulted to an early lead against Texas. Davis dominated on both sides of the ball. He intercepted a key pass late in the game, ensuring the legendary Ben Schwartzwalder the national championship. This year's national champion will be crowned in the title game of the Bowl Championship Series.
If you're looking for a family adventure, National Car Rental knows the best place to go is the Walt Disney World Resort. You see, National gets you to all the exciting new rides and attractions fast. For a magical adventure your family will never forget. So, what are you waiting for? Let's go with National Car Rental, the official car rental company of the Walt Disney World Resort. Let's go.
Oak Expressions and Unfinished Furniture Expo's Going Out of Business sale ends on or before November 22nd. Yes, Oak Expressions and Unfinished Furniture Expo are about to close their doors forever. Name your own price on all fine quality wood furniture and leather. No reasonable offer will be refused. Even some unreasonable offers will be considered. Now you can own the furniture of your dreams for literally pennies on the dollar. Our loss is definitely your gain. The end is absolutely here for Oak Expressions and Unfinished Furniture Expo. Going out of business forever. Name your own price.
It's just for feet. More than just. We got 4,000 favorite brands of hats and clothes.
Warm-ups too. This week.
It's just for feet. All the best name brands on sale.
The best buys on earth. Warm-ups from Reebok and Fila. $59.99. Warm-ups from ASICS. $49.99. Wilson Fleece warm-ups. $39.99. Silk warm-ups from East West. Only $29.99. Plus a huge selection of insulated jackets. Only $19.99.
Just for feet.
My kids love
Free popcorn.
indoor basketball.
And I got a free pair for me.
Just for feet. With the 13th pair, it's free.
Touchdown! This time from 9 yards out, and the freshman's in the end zone for the second time today.
What you're seeing is a team on a roll versus a team that has nothing to play for. Right here, behind the defense. Morrison is 31. Boyd is 6. Duckett just outruns him to the corner.
Gary Scott got a nice block out there to help seal it. Ettinger's point after is up and right through the middle. This is domination by the guys in green right now.
Now, 2 years ago, right here on this field, you mentioned a little bit earlier, this was a blowout. The Spartans blew out the Nittany Lions, and there's no question that they remember that. Both teams do.
So one play into the second quarter, 21-0, Michigan State. Remember, that followed Shafi Field's fumble down deep, so they only had to go 9 yards in 2 plays. And boy, does Joe Paterno need a spark somewhere from his team.
They're a tired, battered, beat-up football team, Penn State. They started out with high expectations, as I mentioned earlier. 18 starters returned, preseason #1. They went through the first 9 games, not unscathed, but they were close on a few of them. Then they lose one at home, another one at home, and now they go on the road to Michigan State, where it's always tough to play. And they're playing like a tired football team.
You didn't see the beginning of the game. Remember, they lost in the final play to Minnesota, and then gave up 2 touchdowns in the last 5 minutes to lose to Michigan last week, and now they're down 21-0 as Kenny Watson takes it out across the 30 to the 31-yard line. The game summary in this one, the kick return that opened things up, and then T.J. Duckett went 20 yards to cap the first scoring drive for the Spartans. Gary Scott from his own 37 on the punt, and he said goodbye, 63 yards for a touchdown. And then moments ago, T.J. Duckett's second touchdown of the day, this one from 9 yards out, and it's 21-0 Michigan State, and here comes what Joe Paterno hopes is the spark, his backup quarterback, Rashard Casey, in at the controls now. Crenshaw in motion on a first down. McCool hit in the backfield, and no gain on the play. Julian Peterson, he is their big play guy, and he will be now the guy that will basically be Rashard Casey's shadow.
He was a defensive end, Peterson, last year. They moved him to linebacker. Still plays down on the defensive line in pass rush situations.
Second down and 10. From behind the Nittany Lions, Harrison there is a single setback as Casey wants to throw the slant and had it batted down. I think it might have been Boo Boo Thompson that got a paw up there to knock that thing away.
Peterson on the right side, number 98. He sees it coming, times his leap. I don't know if it was he or if it was Thompson. Could have been Thompson or Peterson, but both of them, 98 and 89. You got 4 arms up there. It's kind of hard to throw around.
Like throwing through jail bars. And it's 3rd and 10. Here comes the blitz. Flag down over the middle. Oh, what a hit by Morris. Fumble. And they're going to say incomplete. Eric Morris just leveled Sam Crenshaw. Now is Michigan State offside on the blitz. That may be the call coming up. And that is the case. They jumped in there in the neutral zone, trying to bring the blitz. Watch this hit by Eric Morris, though, after the penalty.
Number 9.
He'll put a lick on you. Thorpe Award semifinalist coming in, had 331 career tackles. And he puts the strong in strong safety.
4 of the 6 third down situations for Penn State have been for 10 yards or more. Not what you want.
Nope, they were only 2 for 14 on third down conversions last week. 3rd and 5 for Casey. Over the middle, wide open. They got this first down to Eddie Drummond, and Drummond's out near midfield.
Good play.
Hill made the tackle.
Good play, good execution. Richard does a nice job of sitting back and making a big play happen. Here's Drummond over here. He's just going to come right here, and the pass is not going to be a difficult one. You just have to sort between all those tall timbers. And he gets it through, and you pick up a first down.
And Drummond with the best speed of the Penn State team gets it out.
Yeah.
Jitterbugs his way to midfield.
Little things, just little things to get the offense going.
Casey off play action, pump fakes, and now here he goes. He'll tuck it. Got a block from Caramelli. Tiptoes out of bounds near the 41-yard line, about a yard short of another first down. Richard's not going to stand back there and think about 3 different receivers, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, and he probably ejects from the pocket too soon. I mean, you don't want to stand there too long. All right, you see, first receiver's covered. He had to eject. There was a lineman in the pocket. Good decision. You know, the number one thing that the quarterback has to do is make good decisions. The second thing he has to do is be a playmaker. And then all that other stuff comes in about accuracy and arm strength and intelligence.
Caramelli, the fullback for the first down, got about 3.
Bob, you know, I agree with you about Casey. He's got to make real good decisions for this team to have an impact in the ball game. But I think this is also the kind of game that a quarterback of his skills can take charge of. Dropping back, seeing when there's an opening, making the run, making the big play, helping to sustain a drive. Very much the way like an option quarterback does running the football.
A lot of defenses, too, Lynn, as you know, have different schemes against Penn State's 2 different quarterbacks.
He's got him down in Michigan State territory. There's a naked boot. He'll take off with it. Down the sideline is Casey inside the 20 and down to the 3-yard line. Exactly what Swanee and Bob were just talking about. And Casey just streaks down the sideline at 1st and goal, Penn State.
Most of the time they want to contain him. Watch the end here. Now watch the end. He's going to go this way. The fake, the pitch is going to go that way. And Casey's just going to turn and keep running. Look to the bottom of your screen. If he can stop it right here. Look at all the defenses on this side of the ball. And he's just going to have a free run down the sideline. It's exactly what Lynn was just talking about. Injecting something into the game that the other quarterback doesn't possess.
1st and goal, Nittany Lions at the Spartans' 3-yard line. Caramelli, the fullback. Not that time. Got it inside the 2. Josh Shaw holding on for dear life. Helps out on the tackle along with Thornhill. It'll be 2nd and goal. They're going to spot it down about a yard and a half away, I think, once they get done wiping the ball off. 21 touchdowns and 11 field goals in their 32 scores this year in the red zone. Larry Johnson is the tailback. Casey will send his tight end in motion. Penn State in for the touchdown.
Nice drive there. Richard Casey comes in and puts some offense in that offensive unit.
Larry Johnson, a little over a yard out, and bulls his way in the left side for the touchdown.
Nice to see Kevin Thompson, the first guy to greet Richard when he comes off.
Yep.
Just a friendly rivalry, not a controversy, just a rivalry at quarterback.
Travis Forney for the extra point. And it's good. So that quiets the 77,000 momentarily. Penn State trying to inch their way back in the game.
Introducing the all-new Chevy Monte Carlo. Green. The side you show the world is up to you. Parents love the fact that the Burger King Big Kids meal has more of the great tasting food their kids love. And kids love the fact that they can get a limited edition gold-plated Pokemon trading card to trade with their friends. Which makes every parent happy. Well, most parents. Now, when you buy a tasty value meal, you can get a 23-karat gold-plated Pokemon trading card from Pokemon the First Movie for just $1.99. Pokemon and Burger King. Come and catch them all.
Sorry. Not enough. No, still short.
For the great taste that will fill you up and never let you down.
Paper or plastic? Paper.
Make it a Bud Light.
Guys, need a receipt?
For the first time on network television, Michelle Pfeiffer and George Clooney.
Just want to know if you're wearing panties.
Huh?
One fine day, tonight, 9/8 Central on the ABC Big Picture Show.
Our Aflac trivia question this week. Who was the last team to beat Notre Dame, Michigan, Ohio State, and Penn State in the same season? We'll be back with the answer for you coming up in a few minutes. That's something that Penn State is trying to avoid, and Michigan State's trying to accomplish here today. And there you see the two quarterbacks talking things over on the sideline as Rashard Casey sparked that 70-yard touchdown march in just 8 plays. Took him under 3 minutes to get on the board.
Nice drive.
Herb Haygood from 2 yards deep. He had a 51-yarder to open the game. And this time he's going to have to struggle to make it to 20, but now he reverses his field. Across the 25 and a nifty return out to the 34, maybe the 35-yard line. I thought he was dead in the water at the 15.
The difference in this game has been the return. Folks, Haygood and Gary Scott returning a couple of kickoffs in good shape, and then the punt return that went for the touchdown.
So again, the Spartans have beautiful spot to work from.
Yeah,
35.
Excuse me, Brad. 161 yards in return yardage for Michigan State.
And that's one of those things that doesn't show up on the total yards when you look in the paper tomorrow morning. You say, how the heck did they have a 21-7 lead?
Yeah.
Baker, the tight end, in motion. It gives to Clemens, and he's dropped in the backfield. And Brandon Short gets in there to make the stop. Coming up next Saturday, interstate rivals go head-to-head on ABC. Some of you'll see Heisman candidate Joe Hamilton, and the Yellow Jackets take on the Georgia Bulldogs. Running back Trump candidate in Arizona's Wildcats will take on the Sun Devils of Arizona State next Saturday, 1 o'clock Eastern, 10 Pacific on ABC Sports, home of the Bowl Championship Series. Check your local listings for the game in your area. Call your local cable operator, DirecTV, or Dish Network for all the games on pay-per-view. Loss of a couple. Second down and a long 12 coming up for Michigan State. Bill Burke in trouble in the pocket, and down he goes. And back-to-back nice defensive plays by Penn State. This time Fleischhauer and Mac Morrison with the sack. And it'll be 3rd down and long.
To look at John Sandusky, 5th-year senior, son of Jerry Sandusky, who is coaching. Here's last week. They introduced Jerry Sandusky in his last home game. 32 years an assistant coach. And he was met by his defensive staff and some of his players. Very emotional moment. And he finally gets over and finds John Sandusky, his son.
That's when the tears started to flow.
Yeah, watch this. Watch Jerry.
Yep.
That's nice.
Third down, batted in the air, incomplete. Brian Scott coming on a blitz, knocked that one away. So not only does Penn State get a little bit of a lift by their offense, their defense comes to play and forces a punt. Passing game hasn't been too swift for Michigan State really since early.
One of the things that a quarterback has to do is get the ball past the hands and the arms of a defensive lineman occasionally.
Remember Bruce Branch last week, a touchdown against Michigan changed the complexion of that game. And he'd love to have another shot right here to do that. Great punt, though. Wow. Branch over his shoulder from the 22. Broke a tackle and got out to about the 31-yard line. So the Spartans have the lead, but Penn State and Rashard Casey have the ball when we come back.
The time is now. The wait is over. The world is yours.
First things first.
2 thumbs up. Totally explosive. The best Bond film ever. The World Is Not Enough. Rated PG-13. Now playing.
5 things to consider about the Chevy Impala. It's new. It starts under $20,000. It's designed, engineered, and built to be carefree. It's at your Chevy dealer now. It's received the highest frontal crash rating possible. 5 stars from the federal government. The new Chevy Impala. As USA Today put it, it's a lot more car than you imagine, at a lower price than you expect. The new Chevy Impala.
Let's go for a drive.
Why do I have Aflac insurance on top of my regular health insurance? Because he has his mother's eyes. Because I still have to teach him to whistle. And because Aflac helps cover what other insurance doesn't. If I'm injured, Aflac even provides cash to help pay bills. So why do I have Aflac? Did I mention he has his mother's eyes? Aflac supplemental insurance. Without it, no insurance is complete.
Remember, we asked you the Aflac trivia question the last time a team beat Notre Dame, Michigan, Ohio State, and Penn State in the same season. We gave you time to think about it. Duffy's boys, the Spartans of 1965 here at Michigan State. And boy, did they have some players like Bubba Smith. Went on to an all-pro career in the NFL. So did George Webster as a great linebacker here. And then with the Houston Oilers, had Clint Jones and Gene Washington on offense. And my partner's over here cringing just looking at those two guys.
They make me sick. Every time I see them, I get nauseous.
First down from the 30 for Penn State. They've cut the lead to 2 touchdowns. Casey on a toss to McCoo, looking for his blockers. And he only got about a yard. T.J. Turner, the linebacker, got over there to make the hit. 4 carries for McCoo and only 1 yard to show for it.
But they've already rushed for 72 yards this week versus last week against Michigan. They didn't get more, what, 7 yards, I think.
Bad news is Casey's got 44.
Well, anyway,
right.
It takes the win. That's what we'll do.
That's like Georgia Tech. They're 7th in the country in rushing, and they don't have a running back with over 700 yards. It's because Joe Hamilton has so many.
Yeah.
2nd down and 9. They fake the toss sweep. Casey's in trouble. Almost threw it into the defensive lineman's hand.
As good as Casey was on the last drive, that play was just as bad because he made a bad decision. Little toss to the right side. Now he's going to come back out, try to hit the tight end, and it's a bad decision. He almost had it picked off. You just have to have the experience when the play blows up. Don't make it worse.
He ran right into a safety blitz from Richard Newsom. That didn't help. And now it forces 3rd and 9. Spartans is showing blitz again on 3rd and long. Let's see if they bring it. They do. Casey flush to his right. Finally throws, and behind Drummond, incomplete.
Bouchard did a nice job of buying some time. And Drummond was open. He just didn't connect. Here's a look from behind the defense. Bouchard, a right-hander, goes to his right side. Well, he really wasn't open by a lot.
Fourth time it's been 3 and out in 7 possessions for Penn State. Here's the kick. Gary Scott from the 28. And he got by the first wave again. Scott across the 40. And a diving tackle made there by Maurice Daniels. Good field position again, though, for the Spartans when we come back.
Are you an athlete if you only play for bragging rights? What if your team is now your family? Are you an athlete if your toughest competition is yourself? Or if you inherit your uniform? What if you don't play sports at all anymore? Are you an athlete? Always. Russell Athletic for the long run.
They're the largest creatures on Earth. They've adapted and evolved with strength and determination. The kind of strength that helps the Pacific Life family of companies manage more than $300 billion for its clients. And determination that has guided Pacific Life for 130 years. Size, strength, longevity, offering annuities, insurance and investments. Use the power of Pacific Life.
5 things to consider about the Chevy Impala. It's new. It starts under $20,000. It's designed, engineered, and built to be carefree. It's at your Chevy dealer now. It's received the highest frontal crash rating possible. 5 stars from the federal government. The new Chevy Impala. As USA Today put it, it's a lot more car than you imagine, at a lower price than you expect. The new Chevy Impala.
Let's go for a drive.
Promotional consideration provided by National Car Rental, the official car rental company of the Bowl Championship Series on ABC.
Let's go!
Brad Nessler, Bob Greasy, Lynn Swan back in Spartan Stadium with 8:59 to go and a half, 21-7 in this one. We're going to talk a little bit about the Big Ten and who won and who lost today and maybe who should be Coach of the Year in the Big Ten after this snap, all right? From the 43-yard line.
The ball is at the
Spartans with a couple of touchdown runs by T.J. Duckett and a punt return by Gary Scott for a score. And they lead 21-7. And here comes Duckett again. He's alone and he's off to the races. Inside the 30, down the sideline. Didn't quite get there. Bumped out of bounds. Saving a touchdown. Or he would have had his third of the day.
T.J. Duckett, as I mentioned, a true freshman, is huge. He's about 250 pounds, the block, but possesses good speed. Boy, number 6 has an angle. This is the second nice run for Duckett today.
55-yarder, a career long for the big fella. And he may be the guy that takes over the reins from Ron Dane as the big threat with a big body in the Big Ten in years to come. He stays in there as the tailback on 1st and goal. Here's the toss to him. Cuts outside. Touchdown. And as you heard from the PA announcer, another TJ TD. Well, that just took any Penn State momentum right out of the stadium, didn't it?
Yeah. And you can just see that there's not a lot of resistance from Penn State defensively. I think they're really, really battered and worn out physically, and I think they're really down mentally.
Evinger for the point after. And he's got it up and good. 28-7. 98 yards on just 7 carries and 3 touchdowns.
Offensive line does a nice job. Sakura, the left guard, getting out and around. And the big back just says, I'm going in.
And Nick Saban looking for his 9th win of the year. Minnesota came from behind today to win. Purdue a winner as well. And you start looking around the Big Ten and you think, you know, who's going to be Coach of the Year? There's a guy going to the Rose Bowl that's with us right now. He's a candidate, I would say. Barry Alvarez joins us from Rochester, Minnesota, where surgery performed, putting in a new knee. Coach, how you feeling?
I'm feeling fine. Just going through some rehab. Had the surgery on Tuesday, and been going through rehab twice a day.
It's kind of nice to be finished and have the season over and sitting back and watch, isn't it?
It is, Bob. You sit back and you really, how anybody plays doesn't make any difference to you other than the Stanford game, I guess. That's the only one that would affect us, and that's just who we would play. So it's kind of enjoyable just to sit back here and watch everybody else sweat and grind through a game.
Barry, you had such a strange season in that the majority of it was spent from our vantage point, I guess, up in the press box, and kind of a different year.
It was, but you know what? I was severe enough that I knew that we had to do that, so we just tried to make the best of it.
Larry Johnson on the return here, cuts outside and gets a nice return after about the 34-yard line. I mentioned Barry a couple of seconds ago when Duckett took it in, the new big back in the Big Ten, but you've had the big back in the Big Ten, and we're looking back right now at the scene last week at Camp Randall Stadium. Tell us about it.
Well, that may have been as great a day. I know it's as great a day as there ever's been in Wisconsin history, and I don't know if you could have scripted it any better. With us clinching the Rose Bowl, winning an outright title, Ron breaking the record, the type of run that he broke it on, and just the spontaneity of the people in the stands. It was just a wonderful night.
First down here, Penn State from their own 34. Casey comes up throwing, complete, and a short gain to the tight end. You know, Barry, in typical, I guess, Ron Dane fashion, the most understated young man maybe that we've been around in a long time, just kind of goes to the microphone and says, "Thank you, I love you." Oh, that's it.
He didn't have anything else to say. He said it all out on the field, and I think that's what he's done for the last 4 years.
Coach, the Big Ten is competitive this year as any time you've been in it, I guess. We're looking at Ron's numbers right now, and I know you feel he deserves the Heisman Trophy.
I really do. No one's done any more for a program, been more effective over a long period of time. Had a great year, led us again this year. We've ridden him for 4 years as an offense and as a team.
I kidded you the last time we got together and said, you know, it almost looks like you scripted this thing so he could break the record at home. I don't think you're that smart, are you?
No, I'm not that smart, but I wanted to do it. Wanted to break that record with integrity. We certainly could have padded that record and got it much earlier, but I wanted him to break it and do it within the context of the game, and we did it the right way, and we got the record.
Barry, you're in the BCS and in the Rose Bowl. You know, when you talk about the Big Ten right now, it's really everybody beating everybody else up. Maybe it's too good a conference.
Well, I said going in, you mentioned this already, Ness. I thought it was the best I'd seen. I've been in the league since '79, and I would be very surprised if we don't have at least 2 teams in it.
As Thornhill comes up with a sack, and he's playing like a man possessed and like his daddy did, the Mad Dog back here in the 60s, and it forces Penn State to give it up again. Are you surprised, Bear, at all at Penn State today?
Well, you know, Penn State's had a tough run here for 3 weeks. We've all known, we've seen Michigan State play like this before. This kind of reminds us reminds me of when we played Michigan State. They'd come through a tough ball game, and emotionally they weren't quite ready, and our kids were cranked up, and you had this type of tempo. So they're very talented and very skilled. Nothing that would have happened in this game would surprise me.
Barry, what do you think about the coaches in the league? It seems to me like the Big Ten may have the best group of coaches of any conference in the country.
Well, I'm biased, but I'd have to agree. And you look at the new coaches. Look at the guys that came into the league, 3 years ago. All took programs that were run down, and 3 of them will be in bowl games this year. And of course, Joe took his group the first year he was in the league, I believe. But Illinois, what a great job that they've done, and Glenn's done a great job at Minnesota, and Cam is right there at Indiana. So, you know, it is a tough league, top to bottom, and you've got to be able to play and be ready to play every week.
At the 24-yard line, first down, Michigan State, and to give up the middle, Lloyd Clemens, nice run, about 8 yards. And then, Barry, everybody in the Big Ten lost at least 2 games in a row this year.
Yeah. I was just trying to figure out when we did, but I guess we did too.
You did. You did Cincinnati and Michigan, right?
The only thing about your 2 losses, Barry, one of them was a non-conference game.
Right.
And all the other ones in the conference were conference teams.
Right. And you know, our league is so physical. It's so hard. I was concerned all year. We went 11 straight weeks. I was concerned that we'd get beat up. We were fortunate that we were able to stay relatively healthy all year.
Second down and 2. Blitz coming from Penn State. And first down run for Lloyd Clemens out to the 35-yard line. Barry, we know you have a rehab ahead of you and a Rose Bowl ahead of you, and we wish you the very best in both, and good to talk to you.
And Barry, I want to be the first one to get you on the tennis court.
Bob, you wouldn't have had any problem before the surgery.
All right, Coach.
Guys.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Barry Alvarez with us from his hospital room in Rochester, Minnesota. And the knee surgery successful. And all the parts fit right is what he told us the other day. So just a matter of rehabbing now and hoping to be on the sideline in Pasadena instead of the press box. And we wish the Badgers the best in that bowl game, trying to be back-to-back winners in the Rose Bowl from the Big Ten. Burke throws out Clemens on a screen pass with a couple of blockers in front, and Lloyd gets it out to the 43-yard line. Good-looking play, pickup of 8, and we pick up John Saunders from New York. John.
Brad, Stanford still trying to clinch this thing in the Pac-10. Todd Husak, 36 yards to Dave Davis. Almost underthrown, but a nice catch to the end zone for the touchdown. 21-13 is the lead. Stanford trying to close it out. Brad, back to you.
So the game has some meaning this year, and that would be the opponent for Coach Alvarez and the Badgers if they can win it. We'll keep you posted on that one. Here it's 28-7, Michigan State. Clemens spins his way to the 45. I think he's going to be short of the first down, though, by a couple of feet. Ron Graham in for LeVar Arrington today, makes the tackle. And there's LeVar on the sideline, and maybe that's the closest he's going to get to the ball today.
Yeah, if you just joined us, a shoulder injury that happened in last week's game is what is keeping him from playing in this afternoon's ball game.
He did get the first down. Thought he was going to be short. Wow, Virginia Tech spotted Temple 7 and then scored 62 in a row.
I think they're trying to make a statement.
Yes, I think they are. Alabama and Auburn, that has ramifications as far as the SEC championship and possibly the BCS as well tonight. That's on ESPN, by the way. And Kansas State bouncing back after getting throttled by Nebraska. So a big win in the making. Burke throws. Not quite able to hold on was Gary Scott. Wake Forest trying to upset Georgia Tech. Holy cow.
Just going to have a curl. It's a simple curl route here. Now watch as Bill Burke is going to go back. He's going to have a clear shot for him. Stop it right here if you can. There's an opening right here to throw the football, and he throws it a little bit to the outside. Linebacker may have been in the line of sight there. You know.
Might be that rib problem and that pec muscle, too.
Yeah, that's true.
He started 4 for 4, but it hasn't been so good for him since. There's a big hit by Courtney Brown in the backfield on T.J. Duckett. Another tackle for loss by number 86. Is he a special defensive end or what?
Oh, he is special. There's no question about it. Number 86. Oh, come on now. Courtney's good, but somebody's got to block him. You got to lay a hand on him. Come on. Courtney's got to be smiling. That's the easiest play he's had in all day.
Well, he's literally put his hometown on the map. Alvin, South Carolina. He and Joe Hamilton played high school ball there together, and the governor, Jim Hodges of South Carolina, says when the new maps come out, Alvin's on the map. Here's Gary Scott, and he's on the map down to the 44-yard line, first down. John Sandusky made the hit, but it's a pickup of 12 on a 3rd and 11.
Take a look from behind the defense. The first completion he's had for a while. Sandusky, a 5th-year senior, and as we mentioned, the son of coordinator John Sandusky playing in his last regular season game.
So that moves it to the 44-yard line now. We've only had 3:40 left in the half. Boy, Michigan State tacks on more points before halftime and can almost turn off the portable lights in this place. Here's a give to DeJuan Moss, the fullback. Got a yard, maybe 2. Anthony Adams made the tackle.
You mentioned Courtney Brown and Joe Hamilton going to the same high school. You know that they didn't win the state championship in football.
Win. But they did in basketball. That's right. Joe was the point guard on that one. Courtney, he's up for just about every defensive award you can be up for, including the Lombardi. 12.5 sacks coming in, the tackles for loss. We saw the interception for a touchdown against Purdue. He's forced 3 fumbles.
Yeah, well, he got my vote for the Lombardi. There's no doubt about that.
He's up for the Nagurski, the Bednarik, just about every defensive player award you could possibly talk about. Second down, Burke, long throw on the out pattern intended for Gary Scott, incomplete. And it's going to bring up third down and long.
Gary Scott.
Burke now is 6 of 16, 63 yards.
And that's after a 4-for-4 start, remember.
Yep. So he's completed 2 of his last 12.
Yep. 1 out of 5 on third down situations, and he's going to have to earn this one because it's third and about 9.
You know, his shoulder may be hurting him. In fact, he took himself out of last week's game. But when you're having fun and you're up 28-7, nobody wants to come out.
That's true. Richardson in motion. This will be Burke from the shotgun. Over the middle, got Richardson, first down. And that time he threw a strike.
Yeah, nice call and well-designed play.
Got a penalty marker down in the backfield, a holding call. We have had very few penalties today. And this holding call is going to negate that pass and that first down. I think it may have been Greg Robinson Randall who was the guilty party. He was the closest to the flag anyway.
I think the official did say 76.
Let's check in with Swanee.
Brad, I've been watching this game, and what I'm surprised is that number 4, Plaxico Burress, hasn't called a pass yet. He's been moving down the field pretty well. He's been open a number of times, especially the deep crossing route. That last pass pattern, he got pushed down physically by the defensive back. He almost destroyed the pass play. He almost got pushed out into his fellow receiver. But he is a very talented young man, and I'm just surprised that they have not found a way to get him the ball yet.
They've thrown a couple his way, but both have been high and wide and nowhere near being able to be caught by number 4.
Swanee, I would think that he'd kind of be anxious to catch one, wouldn't you? Oh, he's very anxious. I mean, he wants it all the time. He wants to be a part of this.
He goes out to meet David Macklin on a third down and 19.
Here they come.
Burke, deep middle, had his tight end open, and Ivory McCoy couldn't quite turn around and find a handle. Boy, that one might have been a touchdown.
Yeah, and he could have hit him, and he should have hit him. I think that shoulder's bothered him. Here's a tight end. He's going to come right up the center of the field. The receivers are on the other side, right there, wide open. Just didn't get him the ball.
So Craig Jarrett to punt. No further damage done for Penn State, and Branch hoping to get his hands on one. Stands at the 20.
I got to stand up for my quarterbacks. If my man misses him that bad, I know he's hurt.
Yeah, that's right.
He's got to be hurt.
Jarrett, end over end kick. Branch comes up, tries to field it, and the ball came loose momentarily. He covers it, however.
His own man ran into him.
ABC Sports presentation of college football brought to you by the new Impala by Chevrolet. Let's go for a drive. Aflac. Without it, no insurance is complete. Valvoline. You can always tell the guys who use Valvoline. And Russell Athletic, made for the long run. The bells of Beaumont Towers, and the bells are ringing in Penn State's head right now. They're down 28-7. Kevin Thompson is back in at quarterback. The senior captain started the game, gave way to Rashard Casey, who led on their only touchdown drive. Here's Aaron Harris on a draw play. And he's weaving his way through traffic, and now he's in the secondary and out to the 38, maybe the 39-yard line. Harris was such a heck of a good back before the knee injury has taken a little bit of that away, but that was a good-looking run.
He was an outstanding freshman a couple of years back, had the knee injury, and has really never got back to where he was.
He got 15 on that carry. Penn State without a huddle. And Thompson to his tight end. Out to the 49. Tony Stewart made the catch. Could be close enough to measure, although they're going to run up to the line and try to conserve some time. And there won't be any measurement. Yes, the referee says first down. They won't have to measure.
Penn State in their 2-minute offense. About a minute and 55 seconds to play here.
This is where they'd love to have Shafi Fields and Eddie Drummond out there. They don't have either one of them out there. Sam Crenshaw is to the near side. He's on a crossing route, and Thompson just missed him.
Yeah, and he missed Crenshaw, and I don't think he works as much on that route with Crenshaw as he does the other two.
Don't forget at halftime, the Valvoline halftime report. John Terry will be along. All the scores and highlights from across the country. And, of course, that includes a Michigan win over Ohio State. They'll bring you up to date on the Florida State game. Wake Forest, the last time we saw, was shutting out Georgia Tech 20-0. A lot of teams getting ready to maybe take it on the chin here in the final weeks of the regular season. Thompson in the pocket and down in the pocket. Second sack of the day, and Julian Peterson draped all over it.
Penn State's Kevin Thompson dropped.
Peterson, that's his 11th sack of the year.
Right of your side, right of the screen, he'll move to the inside. That's just a nice move. He fooled McKenzie. McKenzie, one of the best offensive linemen for the Lions.
Peterson, 21 career sacks. He had a fumble return for a touchdown last year in this game. He's got 1:41 remaining in the half in a game dominated by the Spartans of Michigan State. They got the opening kick, a 51-yard return, and that set up T.J. Duckett from 20 yards out. It was 7-0 in the first 2.5 minutes of this game. Then Gary Scott, their senior co-captain, a 63-yard punt return for a score. That put Penn State in a hole. T.J. Duckett added to the hole. 3 touchdowns for him today. Penn State's on the end zone only once so far this afternoon. And that's where we are at 28-7.
Michigan State came into this game on a 2-game winning streak, trying to win a 9th game for the first time since 1966 when their team won the national championship. Penn State, on the other hand, came into this game on a 2-game losing streak. Not only had the 2-game losing streak, but having known they lost the chance for the championship game,
then the Rose Bowl,
and a chance at the Rose Bowl. And they have not recovered from those 2 losses.
Deflated of spirit and physically beaten up as well. And they're down 28-7. 1:41 left. They got a couple of timeouts left. Thompson, pressure coming. Going deep, and Drummond broke his route off. The pass went down the near sideline, incomplete. Amp Campbell was covering.
Brad and Bob, we've covered this Penn State team a while, and I agree with the coaches in having Kevin Thompson in there because he's a better of the two at running a 2-minute drill. But the only downside of doing that is that Rashard Casey is a quarterback of the future. He's not getting any experience at this point of the game in an entire 1999 season. That's going to be something that's going to be detrimental to them when they begin the season next year.
Here's a punt and flag down. Might have an illegal block on the short return. Well, there was a lot of people that thought that way at the end of last season, too, Swally, that Casey wasn't getting enough time because he showed flashes of brilliance when he was out on the field. And then it was a quarterback battle and a 2-quarterback system for a good part of the year. And that's kind of faded away a little bit in recent weeks for Joe Paterno.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, Len. And look at Ohio State this year with not getting Greg Belisari in last year to get some experience and so he can play. But on the other hand, I know Joe Paterno, and I know you do too. And I think the fact that Kevin Thompson is a 5th-year senior playing his last regular season game is wearing on him too, because I'm seeing some of the substitutions I'm seeing for Penn State are guys that are 5th-year seniors playing their last game. Exactly.
First down,
They're playing.
Michigan State.
Exactly.
Burke stays in there at quarterback for Michigan State. And on a toss to Clemens. Runs into Brandon Short first. And then gets knocked down at the 32-yard line. Lloyd Clemens. Lloyd's been a workhorse running back this year and has carried it a ton of times. 6th-year senior also. 300-yard rushing games, and still hasn't seen the end zone in 99.
Yeah.
They would love to. They've been teasing him for a couple of weeks about whether or not he'd ever get a touchdown. And, of course, Duckett, his replacement, has 3 touchdowns today. And he takes a lot of grief from his teammates. Duckett's back in there now. A 2nd down and a long 5. And whistles blow, too much time. As they take a look at the penalty.
Dead ball. Delay game on the offense. 5-yard penalty remains 2nd down.
37 seconds left. And 2nd down upcoming for Michigan State.
Now those delay of games, they're not always the quarterback's fault for not getting the ball snapped within the 25-second clock. Sometimes the play, it takes
too long to get the play in. Here he comes right now. You only got 9 seconds on the play clock to get this ball off.
Going to have to hustle. Richardson, the guy that ran the play in, and now there's motion. And Penn State saying they were drawn offside by Sean Mason, the right guard, who may have moved his hand or come out of his stance just a little bit. And David Fleischhauer went flying in there.
See, that whole series for Michigan State, that play series.
False start on the offense.
Was not the player's fault on the field. The play got in there too late. By the time they had a delay of game, and then the play didn't get into the huddle until 10 seconds were left on the clock. They got to the line of scrimmage with 5 seconds.
I think Nick Saban was nicely discussing that with somebody on the sideline right there.
Get the play in.
5 penalties against the Spartans, 4 on the offense. Morris Watts, the offensive coordinator.
What a great job.
Upstairs. Yeah, he has done a nice job.
Great job Morris has done since he came back to Michigan State.
After being at LSU.
Yep.
Second and 15. Big hit by Ron Graham. And the clock under a half minute in the half.
You know, Graham has done a nice job, and was a highly regarded high school player coming in, and he'll probably be a starter next year. But there is no question that they missed LeVar Arrington.
Yep.
Some of these long runs would not have been long runs if Arrington would have been in there.
And I think, as you said earlier, not only did they miss his physical presence, I think mentally, when he didn't take the field and put a helmet on, everybody said, oh, we don't have number 11.
Yeah, a little more air went out of the balloon.
When you don't have Superman on the field, Metropolis is in danger sometimes. And he has been a highlight package for the past couple of years. Defensive Player of the Year in the Big Ten last season. And he has blocked a couple of field goals, hurdled would-be blockers. That one we couldn't believe against Purdue. Knocked down Drew Brees, scooped that one up and scored. He's been a human defensive highlight package this year. And today we haven't been able to see him except sitting over there on the sideline.
Hopefully we'll see him next year. This Penn State defense loses 8 seniors off of the starting lineup. Arrington is a junior, and there's a possibility, I guess, he may come out. And the end of an era with Jerry Sandusky, the defensive coordinator, moving on. So this defense for Penn State's going to look a little bit different next year.
Well, we have to be honest about it. Courtney Brown and LeVar Arrington, both, if they're in the NFL draft, will both be in the top 5 picks. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And Pete Warrick will be in there somewhere in the mix. Depends on who needs what.
Yep.
Third down and 15. Fumble. And it's picked up by Duckett. Burke dropped it, Duckett scooped it, and Anthony Adams there to make sure it wasn't going any further. And we've still got 26 seconds left in the half. Penn State's going to get their hands back on the football.
Yeah, there's no quit. And the effort is there by these Penn State players. And we're not saying that. We're just saying they're battered and beat up and worn out mentally.
Yep. And now timeout taken by Penn State so they can think things over and get their punt return group out there.
I'll say this. Wherever they go and whatever team they play in the bowl game,
look out,
I would not want to play Penn State in a bowl game.
That's a good point.
They do very well once they're recovered.
Coming up next Saturday, Spain's El Nino. Sergio Garcia competes in his first Skins game. He'll join Fred Couples, Mark O'Meara, and David Duvall in one of America's favorite Thanksgiving traditions, the Skins game. Thanksgiving weekend, 4:30 Eastern, 1:30 Pacific on ABC Sports. Garcia's got a new caddy, I guess. Huh? He fired his caddy the other day. I thought maybe he was going to hire you.
Is that your final answer?
That's my final answer. I'm not going to use a lifeline. Penn State would like to right now, I'll tell you that much.
Yes, they would.
13th punt of the football game. Craig Jarrett near his own 5-yard line. Nice kick again. Wow. Rod Perry backpedals. He better scoop that thing up. Finally does, but it's at about the 13-yard line where he finally finds the handle, and then he's hammered out of bounds by Brad Renko and Jerron Bryant. 67-yard punt. This thing looks like it hit cement.
But it does.
It did.
It does. One of the things about Michigan State, the 2 kickers are the 2 best in the league. Edinger and Jarrett are the 2 best kickers in the league.
So that probably negated any chance of Penn State to try to do anything before halftime. There's 13 seconds left. They'll take a knee and head to the locker room down by 3 touchdowns. All Michigan State in the half, 28-7. ABC Sports presentation of college football will return after this message and a word from our ABC station.
That is the end of the first half with the score. Michigan State 28, Penn State 7.
Chevy Malibu has raised the standards. Standard V6, Standard Automatic, Standard ABS, Standard Air. No other car offers all this standard for under $17,000. Chevy Malibu, standards you can depend on. And now you can get a 2000 Malibu with 2.9% APR financing or $1,000 cash back.
Bill gave this to me as a birthday present.
Fire's my life. I bought them. I investigated them.
Hey guys, this is the drill. Come on down.
I'm sick and tired of getting toy fire trucks for Christmas.
I'm Bill Freeze. I'm a fire safety specialist with Liberty Mutual Insurance. Every 78 seconds, a home catches fire. So the more we research, the safer we can help you make your home, the more lives we save.
At Liberty Mutual, we have hundreds of experts helping you live a safer, more secure life. It's insurance in action.
Did I mention my sprinkler head collection?
Your website's going to be set up like an MMDS gigabyte.
A website should be orderly.
I will give you art.
This is your webpage, baby.
Making website is like making good jam.
Developed with the highest in technology.
Got a hard drive.
Who wants some? Who wants some? Look at the kid.
Who designs your website is up to you. Hooking it up and delivering the goods, leave that up to us.
But of course, you'll ship everything.
FedEx.
FedEx.
Like a FedEx plane.
FedEx. Be absolutely sure.
Just a good old boy, never meaning no harm. Beats all you never saw, been in trouble with the law since the day they was born. Making their way, the only way they know how. That's just a little bit more than the law will allow.
With digital wireless service from Bell South Mobility at just $10 a month.
But mine must be yours.
Their lowest rate ever?
Hello? Oh, hi.
Everyone's going wireless. Literally. And for just $10 more, you can add unlimited night and weekend calling or 100 anytime minutes. With prices this low, nothing surprises me anymore.
Reading, Writing, and Reality. Monday on News Channel 9 at 6.
Valvoline Halftime 99, brought to you by Valvoline. You can always tell the guys who use Valvoline. From our New York studios, John Saunders and Terry Bowden.
And we certainly hope you're enjoying the first half. The rest of the game in a moment. But first, this is a huge rivalry weekend, not just on ABC Sports, but throughout all of college football. And how about this one? Florida State and Florida. The Gators are down 13-6. Keep in mind, this is the 4th time this decade that the winner of this game will go on to play for the national championship.
Florida State's got to be so happy to be up by 7 points at halftime because this is a hard game to win. They're protecting Chris Winkie. They're not getting to him. He's had a great day.
Now, you have had an undefeated season at Auburn. Tommy's had one as well at Tulane. Your dad's the only guy who hasn't got one. Is he going to get it this year?
You don't know how bad he wants this undefeated season because he hasn't got one. He's got to look at his son Terry, his son Tommy. We've got him. But this time, an undefeated season could get him to the national championship. And if it remains unbeaten, that means he's got the ring.
He's going to have a tough one, though, in the second half. Florida staying in the game with field goals as well. Virginia Tech against Temple. They just look back to last year when they lost to Temple at home, homecoming weekend. But Michael Vick has been a huge difference. You want to see an athlete? Look at this. He outruns the entire Temple team. There's still guys that aren't in the picture yet he outruns.
This is the most complete football team in America. Number 2 in the nation scoring defense, number 2 in the nation offense, best special teams in the country, and a superstar taking the ball from under center.
62-7. You think they want to make a statement with that number 62?
I'd say margin of victory was thought about in this game.
Yeah, Michael Vick, 171 passing and 134 on the ground. A tremendous day. Tennessee against Kentucky. Hal Mumme likes to go to the air, but he would have to watch the ground today. The running of Travis Henry. A terrific day. 40 yards on this touchdown run, as Travis Henry had a couple of big gamers.
This is the 4th year in a row Tennessee has scored over 50 points against Kentucky. You can see why Kentucky has the last ranked defense in the SEC.
Henry, 23 carries, 179 yards, and 3 touchdowns as they get the easy victory. Ohio State and Michigan. This rivalry, well, Bo Schembechler remembers it, and he's shaking hands with some of the former players. And Tom Brady, 8 yards to Sean Thompson, who stretches across. That one tied the game at 17 apiece, and John Cooper sees it slipping away. Tom Brady again, 10 yards to Marquise Walker. Michigan up 24-17, and that is the victory. Ohio State, the first time they ever won 7 games since 1988. That was John Cooper's first year.
They will not go bowling this year. We've said it all week. They were not confident. They've lost close games. They were questioning each other. They took the lead but could not hold on because I don't think they believed they could win.
And for John Cooper, he knows the season finishes as it was throughout.
For us, it's an awful season. I'm really proud of the way our football team played today. We played our heart out. We made too many mistakes, but it was a very bad year for Ohio State football. We've got to coach better. We've got to play better. But, if we played like this all year long, we'd have a lot better year.
You mentioned it earlier today that John Cooper basically did not show a lot of confidence in his team, and his players seemed to respond to that as opposed to winning.
Well, he was frustrated all year. He's been frustrated because he can't say anything to get to them. They have good athletes. They don't have maturity on the team. They don't have any leadership, and I think he's ready for next year.
All right, we'll see you next year as well. All right, Kansas State, you want to see a good start early in the game. They just had a record at Kansas State for the most points ever in a quarter and win it 66-0. Jonathan Beasley, only 5 of 7 for 173 yards, but also had 3 touchdowns.
Well, they had a miserable performance last week against Nebraska, and I think they wanted to make a statement and get back in everybody's mind. Jonathan Beasley needed to have a great game after last week's terrible game. He sure did.
Now 10-1, 7-1 in the conference. Cal and Stanford. Stanford can wrap up a Pac-10 title on a trip to the Rose Bowl against Wisconsin. Brian Allen goes 22 yards on a great run early. Stanford has a 7-0 lead, but someone forgot to tell them, don't kick to Delta O'Neal. This is a punt return after a kickoff return for a touchdown.
Delta O'Neal is the most exciting player in the country. We don't hear enough about him because they don't have a lot of records, but I love watching Stanford play. Any team that's got a great offense and a terrible defense means it's exciting every week.
Yeah, it'd be like UCLA last year. Todd Husak, 36 yards to Dave Davis. That was that touchdown. Stanford has a 21-13 lead. Washington State and Washington. For a while, it looked like Marcus Tuiasosopo would go to the Rose Bowl. Here he passes out to Dane Looker, who throws 55 yards to Jarzinka. And Washington has a 17-6 lead. And your boy, I'm going to let you say his name again,
Marcus Tuiasosopo.
Big question was Penn State, how they're going to come into this, because they were devastated. The hopes were so high coming back this season, and then they played well all year. The 2 big losses by 5 points total. You lose them, and you really do. And they know that they're out of the championship race, and they know they're out of the Rose Bowl race. You can't kid these kids.
Yep, Michigan State playing like a team possessed, though. And I know Swanee talked to both coaches before this third quarter. Swanee?
I certainly did, Brad. I stopped Joe Paterno. I asked him about LeVar, and he told me, yes, it was a shoulder. He reiterated the fact that not having them in the ball game changes a great deal of what they wanted to do defensively. And then when I talked to Nick Saban, Nick seemed to be very upset that he didn't know that LeVar Arrington was not going to play in the ball game. He talked about the amount of time during the week that they've worked on and they prepared blocking schemes just for Arrington. He affects their protection. And so he was very disappointed that he didn't know that he wouldn't be in the ball game. And then Jerry Sandusky told me he really feels LeVar not being in there tremendously impacts the special teams, not having his presence there. So you see where you have a great player like LeVar Arrington, you don't know he's going to be in the ball game. He changes everybody's way of playing and thinking about the game.
Yeah, and that special team situation, you're exactly right, Swanee, in that the long kick return, the punt return by Gary Scott for a touchdown, and the field position that has been all in green and white today. And I don't mean the stripes out there on the field. I mean the Spartans, who have had great starting field position. Penn State's been buried in their own end all day. About the only bright spot for the Nittany Lions is they get the ball first to start the third quarter. And Paul Ettinger set to kick. Line drive chases Kenny Watson deep in the end zone. And again, they're going to have to work from the 20-yard line as our Morgan Stanley Dean Witter first half statistics.
look like this. There's that average starting field position, the 44-yard line. That's phenomenal.
And the return yards for the kickoff and the punt return, big in favor of Michigan State.
And remember, most of that rushing yardage for Penn State, who've been struggling on the ground, came from their quarterback. And as Bob said, get him however you can get him. But he's not in there right now. Kevin Thompson is at the control. 11th Penn State possession. Of 11 possessions, 6 of them at the 20 or worse. And this one starts at the 20 to start the third quarter.
Kevin Thompson in the first half behind the line of scrimmage. It's like a screen pass. The short intermediate range up to 15 yards. Mostly going into the shorter range passes, but not a lot of work, not working for Penn State in the first half.
In their ground game, their tailback McCoo has 3 yards on 5 carries. That's far from the 206 he had last year against the Spartans. They fake it to him. Thompson wants to go up top. In and out of the hands of Corey Jones. It would have been a tough catch. He got sandwiched back there as Richard Newsom put a hit on him. That's 3 drop passes by Penn State.
Now this is a tough pass to complete to the right side. The receiver's going to come to the inside and then break back to the outside. Richardson between 2 receivers, and ball a little bit behind him, but that could be caught, but that's asking a lot. He knew he was going to get hit, and he did.
Great help by Newsom over there with Amp Campbell. 3rd down and 8. Here comes a blitz. Thompson in trouble. Tries to run with it and only gets back to the line of scrimmage. Thornhill is there. So is Josh Shaw.
It's great defense. 7 of Penn State's 11 possessions, they have not made a first down, and credit that Spartan defense. Watch the pressure coming from the right side. Morris, number 9. Thornhill is 50, and they just run him down.
We look behind Royer with Gary Scott waiting way down there on the other end. He's already had 1 punt return for a touchdown today. He might get to handle this one, too, from the 49. And into Penn State territory. Great field position again as Bill Burke and the offense will take over. And our ABC inside access behind the scenes or on the sidelines. This is Bill Burke talking with his offensive coordinator, Morris Watts, in the first half.
Billy, where that guy's playing him when we run the quick game, you can't take a short field, see, because where he's at, if he just takes 2 steps outside, he's underneath the quick out. So you got to pull everything down. Don't throw any high balls. That was just a hell of a play they made on the sail. Yeah, I mean, that was a hell of a play.
Just the interplay and the confidence building between the coordinator upstairs in the box and the quarterback that's under fire on the field.
And the thing you said to me during halftime, the patience that you have to have. You got to remember, these are kids.
Yeah, and you know, Morris Watts has been around. He's been with a lot of different style of quarterbacks from the beginning, freshmen to seniors that have really done it, and you have to be patient.
Loss of 3 by Clemens at 2nd down and 13. Play action now for Burke. Down the middle, tips by Brandon Short, who got a nice drop from his middle linebacker position to break it up.
Bill Burke, pass intended for number 83.
Well, Billy Burke in the first half. 5 of 13 in the intermediate area. They've gone deep 3 times and haven't completed a pass, but
nor has he completed a pass to Plaxico Burris, has he?
No, he hasn't. And I'm sure Plaxico may have told him about that.
3rd down, 13.
3rd down at 13. There's the big guy, 6'6", coming out to meet a 5'9" corner in Macklin on the near side. Burke. Well, he threw it out, and Plaxico Burris was running upfield, unless it was he was hit when he threw.
Yeah, Billy Burke hit his first 4 passes of the day, and then has only hit 2 of the last 15 that he's thrown. And
I think Kirpakis got him at that.
Yeah.
So Michigan State doesn't do anything with a great field position they had. And Jarrett will have to kick again.
Craig Jarrett punt for the Spartans.
Rod Perry goes back deep for Penn State. 15th punt in this ball game. Remember, Jarrett hammered his last one before halftime, a 67-yarder.
Watch those hands!
This time, lays it up high. A fair catch taken at the 14-yard line. Penn State's got the ball back, but they trail 28-7.
Want to color your gray hair and get a natural look? It's easy with Just for Men.
You look so natural, no one can tell. Just for men, no one can tell. But just for men.
Simply shampoo in Just for Men, and in 5 minutes, rinse. Just for Men blends away gray. The gray is gone, matched up to the rest of your hair.
You look so natural, no one can tell. Just for men.
Long ago, an inventor came up with the assembly line, allowing a few people to make a lot of something. It was the model for efficiency. At Chili's, we pride ourselves for our inefficiency, because we make each of the Big Mouth burgers by hand, grilled one at a time by a person. And when you taste for yourself how good they are, you'll appreciate all the time we've wasted. Chili's fresh grilled Big Mouth burgers, monuments of inefficiency. Now there's a Chevy Venture with flip and fold seats and a built-in entertainment system.
I knew I should have taken a left turn at Albuquerque.
Fun things are bound to happen when Chevy and Warner Brothers get together. Introducing the new Warner Brothers edition from Chevy Venture, the most versatile minivan ever. One quick call can help you learn more.
30 years of making Monday nights special. This week, Oakland, Denver at 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific.
12:37 left in the third quarter. It's 28-7 Michigan State. Penn State's got the ball back, but again, horrible field position, and that's been part of the reason that they have been held without a first down in 7 of those 11 possessions. And as we said, of the previous 11 possessions, 6 of them started at the 20 or worse. Here they are again, just inside the 15. From behind, Kevin Thompson. McCoo. Down he goes again. Eric McCoo running like Maryland McCoo today so far.
I like that. That play was designed to go inside, but number 75 in there, Nick Myers, just stuffed it inside and bounces it out, and then the speed gets outside.
All the young guys in the truck are saying, who's Maryland McCoo? Got to look up your fifth dimension history for that one. Second down in a long 8.
Number 85 there, the tight end, has caught 5 of the 7 passes that the quarterbacks have completed.
Thompson over the middle. That one batted down again. They've gotten a hand on a lot of them. Jay Saylor or Robert Smith, both in the vicinity. Comes the
Robert
pressure.
Smith. Number 80, Saylor in the center. Knocked that one down. He was trying to get a crossing route.
That's 2 or 3 today they've knocked down. And it brings up 3rd and long again, 3rd and 8. Mitchell in a slot as a wide receiver. Tight end in motion. Here comes the safety blitz. Thompson wide open as tight end. And Gilmore's got a first down out at the 30. That's what happens when you bring the safety. If you can find that vacated area, Newsom came on the blitz.
Well, he's going to hit tight end number 85. Is that Gilmore right up the seam? That's what Fran Ganner was talking about. Seeing the blitz, reading the hot read, and getting the ball off. The hot read means you can't block the linebacker that's blitzing, so you throw it in the area where he blitzed to the receiver that's the hot receiver.
Probably the best looking play offensively for Penn State today, believe it or not. Picked up 14 and a first down out at the 31. Here's the toss to Cordell Mitchell. Mitchell gets a little head of steam on the left side and gets out to the 36 before Eric Morris wraps him up.
Cordell Mitchell He's tackled by Richard Newsom.
Coming up Friday, 11 o'clock Eastern, 8 Pacific. We'll kick off your Thanksgiving weekend with number 6 Texas against Texas A&M, one of the oldest rivalries in college football. Then at 2:30 Eastern and 11:30 Pacific, Eric Crouch in 4th ranked Nebraska, trying to keep their Big 12 and BCS title hopes alive in Boulder against Colorado. That's our doubleheader the day after Thanksgiving.
Now, Nebraska's got to win to go to the Big 12 championship game.
As Kansas State put a pasting on Missouri today, if you missed it. 2nd and 3. Mitchell again. Mitchell shakes his way across the 40 and looks like he's got a first down.
You talk about rushing quarterbacks. How about Eric Crouch, the leading rusher for the Nebraska Cornhuskers?
We saw them last week, and they had a resounding victory over Kansas State, and now a week off to rest up before their trip to the mountains.
What are they ranked? Third or fourth in the BCS poll? Yeah, they're ranked 3rd. But they've got a weakness, a major weakness, that they fumble the football.
Boy, I guess.
10 fumbles last week in that Kansas State game. Lost it 3 times.
Somehow overcame that. Their defense did a great job on Kansas State. That helped. Omar Easy. And making it look that way on the left side for a first down run into Michigan State territory. As Joe Paterno and Frank Ganner have shaken up their backfield a little bit here in this 3rd quarter. And Cordell Mitchell and Omar Easy have gotten it down to the Spartan 44.
Well, the short side of that line, Ransom and McKenzie over there. McKenzie 67, Ransom 55, Cole 51, Caruso 74. And Easy does a nice job. Just slides to the outside and gets some yardage.
First down at the 44-yard line. 28-7. Michigan State here in the 3rd quarter. And falling out of his stance, Jay Saylor. I don't know if the penalty is going to be on him for being in the neutral zone. I think that's the call.
Prior to the snap, offside by contact on the defense. 5-yard penalty remains first down.
So a 3-5 for Penn State as the penalties walked off against the Spartans down to the 39-yard line. And with 10:14 remaining at Spartan Stadium in the 3rd quarter, a game dominated by the Spartans, but Penn State trying to fight their way back in it. They have only 1 touchdown. Their special teams haven't been today. Kevin Thompson going deep. Man's there. Broken up. Looked like it was going to be a touchdown to Drummond. But Cedric Henry was there to get a hand on it.
Yeah, he did a nice job. The only thing that Drummond could have done is come back and fought for the ball. The pass was a little underthrown. Take a look from behind the defense. Thompson tries to get it out as far as he can. Drummond could have gone up and fought for it instead of waiting for it to come down.
Boy, nice play by Cedric Henry, the sophomore out of Sarasota.
So you look at it from the defense standpoint. I'm looking for my offensive guy. If he goes up and goes after it, he catches it.
Yeah, I agree with you. 2nd down at 5. Crenshaw in motion. They go back to the ground to Easy. And he's not going to get the first down. Sean Wright, backup linebacker, made the stop.
Brad, Bob, I just want to throw my 2 cents as a former receiver.
Oh, he thought you'd get in here. We're up here talking, and you're down there.
But you're both right. But right here, if he had slowed down, he could even draw a little pass interference because the defensive back is looking so much at the ball. If he just slows down, gets a little bump, and he also clears himself to give himself a better chance of making the catch.
Save that thought for a minute, Lenny. All right,
okay.
3rd and 5. Shawnee Fields was in motion. Thompson's in trouble. And he got it to Drummond this time. And it's a first down in front of the same guy, Cedric Henry.
Lenny, when you're running down the sideline like that and you're the receiver and you get past the defensive back, isn't it smart for the receiver not to use all of his speed but to kind of slow up and kind of hold back the defensive back, and then when you see the ball, just give enough gas to allow...
Especially if you know the quarterback's going to have a hard time throwing it that far.
Yeah.
And it's going to hang up there. You know, you got to judge the ball. It's a hard thing to do. It's the difference between being a guy who runs down the field and makes catches and being a real receiver.
Yeah.
All those little things make you a receiver.
It's like positioning yourself on the defensive back.
Play action for Thompson. He's going to go for the throttle man again, and he overshot it. Amp Campbell covering. Eddie Drummond had a step back there. He's got great speed, but as I said, maybe he has a little trouble controlling his throttle.
If he throws this ball more across the field rather than down the field, he would have had a touchdown. The play action fake, and he's got great coverage. The receiver's got him beat by a few steps, but he throws it down the center of the field instead of throwing it away to our left. If he throws it over there, the receiver can run away from the defensive back and catch it.
Penn State, the 11th play of this drive that started at their own 14-yard line. Play fake again. Thompson with time. Crossing pattern. Complete. It'll be close to a first down to Rod Perry. Looks like he's about a yard short, or maybe not even a yard. Cornell's had a good football game today.
He has, and he's just a sophomore, true sophomore, and one of the outstanding recruits that Michigan State has got out of the state in the last few years.
So it's third down and a yard coming up. Not very good last week, and just a little better today.
Not very good this week.
Larry Johnson, the tailback, gets the call. He's not going to get it. Hubert Thompson with a clothesline job, and it's going to be fourth down.
Hubert Thompson just discards the offensive tackle that was blocking on him. It just comes in and stops the effort. Thompson, number 89, right there. Oh, was that a good play or what?
They call him Boo Boo, and I think that's probably what Johnson has right now, right across his neck.
Well, when you're down by 21 points, you got to go for it.
Cerabelli and Johnson in the backfield. Two tight ends set, 4th and 1. Penn State trailing by 21. Cerabelli, the fullback, got it. And almost broke it. Nice open field tack. Got to be Eric Morris. I mean, you stand up Cerabelli and do a form tackle. It's got to be Morris.
And you're right. Cerabelli doesn't get an opportunity to carry it very often. But he's the fullback using the blocker, and Eric Morris, the leading tackler.
There's something.
Spartan team, yeah. Co-captain.
Big Ten player of the week twice already this year. First down, Penn State. In the red zone at the 19 of the Spartans. And a little confusion in the backfield, and now Thompson's running for his life. Dragged down for a loss. Somebody went the wrong way in the backfield. I think he wanted to pitch that thing or hand it off, and there was nobody home, and now he's shaken up.
Yeah, let's take a look at it. See, the fullback, if the fullback went to our right, the tailback was probably supposed to go that way. Sure, Kevin's just tired from running out of bounds.
Yep.
One of the real tricks you do is you go talk to the official and say, didn't I get hit later? What down is it? Just talk to him a little bit. Ask him how his wife is or something. Get my breath. Let me get my breath.
2nd and 14. He's out of breath again. Julian Peterson deposits him this time. And Kevin is slow getting up. That one hurt. He's taking too many of those shots.
He has. Right here on the end of the line. 98. That's not fair. Somebody's got to block that guy. Julian Peterson coming into the game. He had 4 forced fumbles, 22 tackles for loss, and 10 sacks. And he is a difference maker. And it's been a tough day for Kevin Thompson.
3rd down and 14. They're loading up again. Here they come again. He got rid of it. Drummond made the catch. Touchdown, Penn State.
That was a great throw.
Kevin Thompson never saw the end of it, but the beginning of it was just enough to get it to Drummond for the score. He took another one.
He never sees this. He sees the blitz coming. Morris is 9. Throw it quick. Well, he knew he was going to take some punishment. He just barely got this ball out enough to Drummond, and Drummond does a nice job of catching.
Extra point coming up from Travis Forney.
Campbell says it's on the ground.
23-yard touchdown catch, and the extra point is good. And suddenly it's a little bit of a ball game. 6:48 to go, third quarter. He's beat up, but he's still standing. 28-14, Michigan State.
Meet Carlos Sandoval, veteran Navy SEAL, trained to go through anything, equipped to survive it. Introducing the Chevy S10 Survival Pack. CD, automatic, air, aluminum wheels. Over $1,500 in savings and $1,250 cash back. You might think that could weaken a Navy SEAL. Fat chance. The Chevy S10 Survival Pack. Like a rock.
I am a Pokemon master. I have captured all 150 types of monsters. I have come prepared to do battle with Pikachu, Mewtwo, and Bulbasaur.
Burger King is a mile down the road on the right.
Thanks, mister.
Must be Tuesday. Yep.
Every Tuesday night is Pokemon Trading Night. Bring your kids in for a tasty Burger King Big Kids Meal dinner and let them trade their cards and toys. It makes a parent's life a little easier. Not to mention have Pokemon traders. Pokemon and the Burger King Big Kids Meal. Come and catch them all.
Hey there. Time for a holiday. So switch off your computers and take a national holiday with National Car Rental. Spend some time with National Heroes. Or visit a national treasure. Join the National Football League. Or take your kids to a national park. But wherever you go, National will get you there fast. Because with hundreds of locations nationwide, it's hard to find a place that's not a national city. Whoa! National Car Rental. What are you waiting for? Let's go!
Joe Pa pacing the sideline. His team's just gotten its second touchdown, the longest touchdown drive of the day by either team. 86 yards, just under 6 minutes. Kevin Thompson took a licking and kept on ticking. And threw the touchdown pass of 23 yards to Eddie Drummond. Here's Forney's kick. It'll be short, taken. Well, somebody better take it. It bounces. Boy, that was dangerous.
Go back and take a look at the touchdown. Linebacker blitzes here. Another one outside. The receiver's going to go down, break to the inside. One-on-one coverage. Kevin Thompson knows he's going to get hit, buys a little bit of time, and just throws it to the outside and gives Drummond an opportunity to catch it, and he did a good job positioning himself.
He certainly does, Bob, but this play worked in spite of the route he runs. You got a blitz on. He runs this downfield. He's going to get a touchdown with a blitz control route. The receiver's really got to break off the route much faster because the quarterback's got to get rid of the ball faster.
Used his body to shield the defender just well enough to make the sliding catch, and now Kevin Thompson's trying to make sure everything's where it's supposed to be.
He says, I've got my rib pads on, but they're hitting me so much that they're hitting me other places here.
Remember, he's got 5 stitches in his chin from last week and a dislocated jaw. Now they're checking the left rib cage of the senior quarterback, and now the defense has its turn. They need a stop to get their team back in it. Burke, there might be the stop right there. Got away from Brown, but he didn't get away from Ron Graham.
By Penn State's Ron Graham, number 3.
Well, Courtney chases him down, number 86, forces him to reverse, and then Graham, number 3, tracks him down and gets the sack.
Big hit back at the 8-yard line.
Penn State is slowly sneaking back into this ball game.
You can feel the shift a little bit, choking the 74,000 that are here.
A defensive turnover here, a little fumble and something like that. But their big play guy on defense is sitting it out. If you just joined us, LeVar Arrington not playing today with a bruised shoulder.
3rd and 18 from the shotgun. Burke got rid of it.
It's intercepted. Picked out by Brandon Short. He's inside the 10. There you go. There you go.
Brandon Short has said all week, we don't want to be the team to lose 3 straight and go from being in the BCS to totally crumbling, and the senior co-captain's got the interception.
Right side of your screen, number 43 picks it off. One of the problems that Michigan State has had is turning it over, and Penn State has had a propensity on defense to get the ball for their offense in big games, and they've done it here.
Rashard Casey at quarterback, probably due to whatever they're working on Kevin Thompson on those sidelines. But it's first and goal. Kenny Watson in there as the tailback. Casey drops, fires, has it batted in the air, it's intercepted right back. And it's T.J. Turner. Turner had one last week. He's got another one this week. Thornhill kicked it in the air, and Turner picked it off. Well, the defense's back-to-back takeaways. Number 50 comes around, sees the ball coming, jumps up, knocks it in the air, and then has the presence. Turner, this is Turner's 4th interception of the year. He's had 2 that he turned back for touchdowns. First down at the 14-yard line. Fumble picked up on one hop by T.J. Duckett. We almost had back-to-back-to-back turnovers.
What happened at halftime? Did they put the footballs in a bag of butter or what? I don't know here. We're going good here with the offense until this.
Michigan State trying to win its 9th game of the year, trying to run their record to a perfect 6-0 at home. Also something that hasn't happened since that 66 season. And Duckett goes down again. Slipped a little bit on takeoff. It's going to be 3rd and 9. Courtney Brown in on another tackle.
I guess you question why Rashard Casey was in there on that big turnover. And I think you hit the nail on the head. He's probably still over there being looked at. Thompson is 6'5" and probably could have thrown over. There he is right there.
Pads off there.
Got everything off, and they're putting the bigger rib pads on him.
Well, he's a tough customer. 3rd down and 8. This is where the Spartans don't want to get too crazy here either. Give it up again. And they will keep it on the ground to try to get it. Duckett hit, backpedals across the 20, but he doesn't get the first down. They played it safe. And it's a 3-and-out for Michigan State. Kevin Thompson's got the jersey back on. They're still rearranging the rib pads, and you can see why. That's because this day has been another one of those kind of days. Those are just some of the hits he took on the last series. There's a guy that's 3 credits short of a kinesiology degree, and he's going to be 3 teeth full of a mouthful pretty soon if they don't give him some protection.
All those new pads they're putting on him doesn't help all that hurt that he already has.
Oh, what a great punt. Branch has to go back, takes it at the 24, waits for his blockers. Now here he goes. Bruce Branch had about one more wave to get by, and he would have been off to the races. Close it is. He got good field position. 19-yard punt return. We'll be back.
They're the largest creatures on Earth. They've adapted and evolved with strength and determination. The kind of strength that helps the Pacific Life family of companies manage more than $300 billion for its clients. And determination that has guided Pacific Life for 130 years. Size, strength, longevity, offering annuities, insurance, and investments. Use the power of Pacific Life.
If you're looking for horsepower, look at Chevy Silverado. Because Silverado has the most powerful V8 of any 4x4 pickup. More powerful than Dodge. More powerful than Ford. 300 horsepower. That's why it's the truck. Silverado from Chevy.
Nothing's gonna stop us. Look out! Now Now what?
There's an easier way to the national championship. Nokia's Road to #1 sweepstakes. Just buy any Nokia model phone in a specially marked box and you can win trips to the Nokia Sugar Bowl or thousands of other great prizes.
I'm not giving up shotgun.
Nokia. Connecting people.
Just under 3 minutes in the third. 28-14 Michigan State, but Penn State's got it back. With Bob Greasy and Lynn Swan, I'm Brad Nessler from Spartan Stadium with 74,231 looking on. Richard Casey will take another series at quarterback. Kenny Watson cuts outside and got to the 49-yard line. Nice gain of about 6. ABC Sports presentation of college football brought to you by Chevrolet Trucks, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. Burger King, have it your way. National Car Rental, so what are you waiting for? Let's go. And Pacific Life, annuities, insurance, investments. Use the power of Pacific Life. And near the Motor City, getting the wheels. Nice wheels on that.
Nice wheels.
Yeah, very nice. Second down and 4. Penn State hoping to get their wheels under them here. They trail by 2 touchdowns. Toss to Omar Easy. And he's got a first down back in Michigan State territory.
Number
Late flag.
34, Omar Easy on the carry for Penn State.
Late flag came in.
Notice all of the tailbacks and halfbacks that Joe Paterno is using.
It's going to be a holding call. Negates the first down run. Might have been Eric Cole, the center, pulled her out there to try to lead the way.
Didn't see it from there.
But instead of a first down near the 45, it comes all the way back to their own 41. Only the second penalty against Joe Paterno's team, but kind of a costly one there.
A lot of running backs. One of the things that Paterno likes to do is keep his running backs fresh into the fourth quarter. He usually plays 2 or 3. Today he's played 4. McCoo, Mitchell, Watson, and Easy have all carried the football.
That was McCoo you were seeing behind the assistant coaches. Second down at 12. Casey. And he's going to tuck it and take off. Run out of bounds on the far side, about 1.5 yards shy of the first down.
Casey on the carry for Penn State. Defending.
Well, that's what he does best.
Well, Casey didn't have any place to go downfield with it. Everybody was covered, so he did a nice job in taking off. William Peterson, linebacker, defensive end, grabs a hold of Stewart just a little bit.
Richard Casey, as we said, Penn State's leading rusher. 5 carries, 49 yards on the day. Third down and 1. They split from a dual backfield, and that leaves Kenny Watson behind Casey. Casey's going to throw for it, and Drummond made a great catch. He's got great speed. 30, 25, Drummond all the way to the 5-yard line. Amp Campbell saved a touchdown.
This is the number 20, Eddie Drummond.
This is the same pass they've been hitting with Casey. With the wide receiver coming across. Right here is Drummond. He's just going to let the defensive line clear out. It's not a long throw. He just comes right down. It's just a short pass and a long run, hopefully. And you're right, Drummond with lots of speed almost gets it in.
He's the fastest guy on the Penn State team. He got him to the 4 where it's first and goal. And they're a play away from very much being in this game. 4 catches for Drummond, all on third down, all good for first downs. That one got 44 yards. Casey lobs it, and it tips. That could have been disaster. It was intended for McCoo and Jace Saylor.
You get an inexperienced quarterback in there. The last time the ball was intercepted, Casey couldn't get it past the line of scrimmage. There's a technique that's involved here.
Thompson gets a hand on it.
Yeah, exactly. But the quarterback's got to be a kind of a con man to get it past the defensive line. You got to look them off and throw it one side and throw it around him and be quick about getting the ball past him.
Caramelli and McCoo behind Richard Casey. Second and goal at the 4.
Illegal motion.
Eric McCoo, there's the flag. McCoo to the corner.
Two guys moving at the same time, never stop.
That's going to make it a second down and goal back near the 9-yard line after Steve Newman walks this off. And there's the call that Bob gave you well before the flag was even thrown with 1:22 left.
Call it an illegal shift. Watch this man right here, the back, as he slides back to the tailback position. He's going to slide back. Go ahead and run it. He moves. Now the other back moves before he gets stopped. And he never stops. He keeps his feet moving. His feet are moving. His feet are moving. His feet are still moving. If he would have stopped and set for a second, it would have been all right.
So now it's back at the 9. Drummond and Crenshaw, the two wideouts, both to the left, and McCool coming motion out of the backfield to the right. Casey looking that way, pump fakes. Now running for his life and runs out of real estate. Robert Smith took him out of bounds. It's 3rd and goal.
You know that illegal motion penalty that they just had, they were down inside the 3-yard line. And they would have been like on the 1 yard. Now that penalty moves them back. And those are penalties that you should not have in the 11th game, 12th game of the season.
And then they lose a couple more yards on the scramble by Casey.
Well, you know, Casey's out there scrambling, but it looks like they really just tried not to rush him, but they put the pocket around him, saying if you're going to throw it, we'll jump up, but we don't want you to run to the outside. Look at the way the defensive end keeps the outside position, flushes him all the way out to the outside. You know, if you really rush the quarterback, especially a guy like Rashard Case who can run, you take away that angle inside, he gets around to the outside, and he can run into the end zone untouched.
And the reason there's a stoppage in play right now is because Robert Smith, who ran Casey out of bounds, rolled into one of the officials and part of the crowd over there, and he's shaken up.
Go ahead and start this, and I'll show you the pocket that what they're trying to do. If you stop it right about here, up there, look at they're trying to keep. Here's a defensive man, defensive man, defensive man. They're trying to keep him in the pocket, but Casey ejects and just takes off way wide, and that's why he loses yardage on this play. They were just containing. They weren't rushing. They were just containing him.
The big guy, Robert Smith, finally gets up and comes all the way from the far sideline over to his own bench. 3rd down and goal at the 11
sidelines here.
Drummond and Shoffey Fields, the wideouts. Casey, quick drop, wants to go to the middle, and he's hammered from behind. And it's Peterson again. Another sack.
It's a 2-man route, and they were covered. They just can't block Peterson. The man is covered. It was a quick route. It was a quick route. You can't stay in there. 1, 2, 3, and throw. Either throw it or take off. The offensive linemen don't think they have to block very long, and they're not going to.
Travis Foley to try a field goal of 31 yards, and he's got it. So Penn State gets a little bit closer with 30 seconds remaining in the 3rd quarter. Spartans 28-17.
I never dreamed until I started gambling that I would be so grabbed by it.
I wasn't really thinking at the time. I looked at it as an opportunity to pick up, you know, some money. And I guess at the time, you know, you're not really looking at the consequences. The worst time is just seeing my mom's face and the hurt that I brought to her.
And you think to yourself, how did I get into this and how am I going to get out of this? It's a pretty desperate feeling.
Coming up at the conclusion of today's game, we'll select a Chevrolet player of the game from each team. Chevrolet will make a $1,000 contribution to each university's general scholarship fund. And beginning this year, Chevrolet will also donate 2 $1,000 high school scholarships. Brad Nessler, Bob Greasy, and Lynn Swan, our ABC crew in Spartan Stadium under the lights. Kevin Thompson got his helmet back on, and he's looking for a chance to get back on the field. But they did get a field goal on their last trip And now they only trail 28-17, inching their way back into the football game.
I think Joe mixed up some nice juice in there and had these guys drink it, because this is a different football team for Penn State than we saw in the first half.
Forney's kick goes to Hager a yard deep. And Herb will bring it out, and maybe shouldn't have. Nice stop on the special teams as we go to New York and John Saunders. John?
Brad, Stanford is trying to wrap up that Rose Bowl trip, and looks like they're going to get it done. Case Seymour, 94 yards on this touchdown run. 28-13 is the lead over Cal. Cal's defense having a tough time in this one, trying to stop the Cardinal. 28-13, Brad.
I'll bet Barry Alvarez is smiling.
Well,
and I say that only because the Stanford defense is very similar to what UCLA's was last year.
Against the run.
Against the run.
First down. And a good run by Lord Clemens out near the 20-yard line. How about the job Ty Willingham has done, though, for Stanford after getting hammered in their opener by Texas? They battled back and have a chance for the Roses. We're down to final seconds of the third quarter. The BCS still interested maybe in the teams you're watching right here. An ABC Sports presentation of college football. We'll return after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
Mikowski.
Hey, Coach.
You've been traded.
Really?
Turn in your playbook.
You got a case of Michelob Light for my going away party.
Not exactly. That's what we traded you for.
Michelob Light has a smooth, satisfying taste you won't find in an ordinary light beer.
Smith is leading the league in sacks. I bet we can get 2 cases for him.
He's out of here. Beer or Michelob Light. I can't believe I can get this close with an electric shaver. This is smooth.
Shave with the power of 3. The Remington Microscreen 3.
It's so fast.
It gives you 3 things no other shaver can. The most powerful motor of all leading brands. 150 precision cutting edges and 3 flexing microscreens. Guaranteed to get you incredibly close, incredibly fast. The power of 3. Only with the Remington Microscreen 3. Shaves incredibly close or your money back.
From the creator of the practice, these private eyes know how to get to you. Sunday.
What makes you think her fiancé is gay?
No.
Nanny, you don't have to sleep with the guy. Just find out if you would like to.
This is the case that will get to them.
Where are you, Nanny?
All New Snoops returns ABC Sunday, 9/8 Central. You've waited for this moment.
Hi, Dad. I don't really need your help. I just wanted to let you know that I'm going to win the $1 million.
Last night, John Carpenter made television history. Will you be watching when it happens again? Do not miss the last 5 nights of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. A full hour tonight at 8/7 Central, only on ABC.
With digital wireless service from Bell South Mobility at just $10 a month.
But mine must be yours.
Their lowest rate ever?
Hello? Oh, hi.
Everyone's going wireless. Literally. And for just $10 more, you can add unlimited night and weekend calling or 100 anytime minutes. With prices this low, nothing surprises me anymore.
Calvin Cushion's A Bad Deal, Monday at 6. 15 minutes left at Spartan Stadium. Michigan State 28, Penn State 17, and the rain starts to fall, and that'll cool things off. An already cool and dreary day. The rain started now here in the fourth quarter.
That should help the defense.
Work got to give to Clemens. Defense looked pretty good right there. Maybe a half-yard gain. How about these numbers, or lack of? Goose eggs. And that's not normally the case. 53 catches coming in. Second in the Big Ten in yards per game. And over 18 a catch. 9 touchdowns, which ties a school record. 18 career touchdowns and nothing today. They've thrown at him 3 times, and he hasn't caught any of them.
Had 3 touchdown receptions last week.
He comes out here to the near side to meet David Macklin again. Third down. Burke looking the other way. Pumps and goes down in a heat. Kerpakis was in there. And I mean in a hurry.
The defenses are starting to take over this ball game.
Fleischhauer gets credit for the sack. Kirpakis was there with him.
The short set, coverage is there, and then the sack man is there. Fleischhauer with his second sack of the year.
And Jarrett now's got a kick from his own goal line, and Branch is dangerous standing there at midfield. Not a good punt. Branch is going to take it on one hop, and did a good job just to do that.
Yes.
And not let it go another 12, 15 yards downfield.
Exactly.
Jarrett's punt, 36 yards. Branch stopped by Michigan State.
His job.
I clean fish tanks.
His problem.
Where am I going to get $6,000?
His only choice.
I'm Deuce Bigelow, your gigolo for this evening.
Easy. Easy.
I think there's been a mistake.
Did you say steak? From the producers of Big Daddy.
I knew we should ask for a photo.
Comes the world's most unlikely male escort.
Oh, Deuce.
Hi. Deuce Bigelow, Male Gigolo. Starts Friday, December 10th.
I do kitchens, I do bathrooms, I do family rooms. I do not do insurance. I want to be treated like I feel I treat my clients. I want to be treated like I am their only client. Michelle Duthman treats me the same way I want to be treated. I have my cars, all of my household. I need somebody that I can get advice from. I know that when I need them the most, they're going to be there.
Get to know your State Farm agent.
It's a great relationship.
It's tough to put your finger on it. That's something that powers some to get anything done. But when somebody's got this kind of drive, you'll know. Just look at their truck. Welcome to Ford Country, land of the Indestructibles and home of the F-Series. When you're built Ford tough, you're out to take on anything. Just bring it on.
Sergio Garcia gives an American tradition some Spanish flair. He joins Duval couples in O'Meara for the Skins game next Saturday at 4:30 on ABC.
Kevin Thompson is back in at quarterback for Penn State. And on the sidelines, they look like they were trying to get Vivian Lee in a corset for Gone with the Wind, but they got him restrapped. And he's ready to play some more. He is one tough customer.
He is. If he could just have a steel jaw.
That's right. There's his numbers today. Trying to lead Penn State back. They trail 28-7. Now it's 28-17. McCoo, does he want to throw? Now he reverses his field. He's got Thompson as a blocker, and he got a great block. McCoo inside the 30, 20, out of bounds at the 15. That looked like it was going to be a halfback option. Yeah, it was. He came back. He had Kevin Thompson, and Thompson laid a man out.
He just did a nice overall job of first not throwing the ball when it wasn't there, and then coming back and make something out of it. Top of your screen, double coverage, so he comes back, and Richardson, number 7, right there in the white jersey, does a nice job of not blocking from behind.
Look at the block on Nick Myers by the senior quarterback.
Yeah. Says, I'm just getting even for some of the shots you gave me.
From the 16, here's Omar Easy on a toss sweep. And Easy goes for 3 or 4. And we go to John Saunders for our play of the day. John?
That's right, Brad. The Burger King play of the game, play of the day, rather. Jarrett Payton here, wearing his dad's number 34. Should have been stopped, but something gets him into the end zone. His first career college football touchdown. Gathers the ball in and then points skyward to his dad, Walter. That's your Burger King play of the day. Right.
Oh, boy, what do you say to that? That gives you chills. 12:40 left in the game. Play fake by Thompson. Plenty of time. Now running out of it. Throws on a run incomplete, and he got dumped again by Boo Boo Thompson as Thompson meets Thompson over there on the roll.
Nobody that big and that heavy and ugly should be called
that fast.
Run that fast should be called Boo Boo. Boo Boo should be small and cute and cuddly.
Maybe Yogi would be better. He's been all over the place. So is Julian Peterson today for this defense. And now it's a 3rd down, but this is You would think 2-down territory, but there's still 12 and a half minutes to play.
Penn State has dominated play in the second half. Look at this. Michigan State minus 2 yards.
3rd down and 5. At the Michigan State 12-yard line. Harris a single setback and easy in motion. Thompson. Crossing pattern, got his man Drummond. Touchdown. Same route, same result. They glued him back together, and he just threw another touchdown pass.
It's the same route that they scored on and set up the other touchdown. Drummond, shallow route right across the middle, easy throw, but the best thing is you don't have to have a lot of protection. Find a way in there and just complete it. Go throw it right up the middle, receiver from left to right, find him as he crosses.
And they're going for 2. Caramelli and McCoo behind Thompson. Perry in motion, the only wide receiver. Play fake. They're going to throw for it. They got it. McCoo. Did he get in? Yes. Yes. They got the 2. And I mean, there was a train wreck at the goal line. Not by much. Nick Saban showing concern, and why not? Senior Kevin Thompson off the sidelines, restrapped, repadded, reloaded. Touchdown pass and a 2-point conversion, and it's 28-25. No question.
It happened on my second cast. I knew what I had the second it hit. It snapped the line just above the leader. But I'm not going to lose my lucky lure. Not without a fight.
Ford F-Series, built Ford tough.
Parents love the fact that the Burger King Big Kids meal has more of a great tasting food their kids love. And kids love the fact that they can get a limited edition gold-plated Pokemon trading card to trade with their friends. Which makes every parent happy. Well, most parents. Now, when you buy a tasty value meal, you can get a 23-karat gold-plated Pokemon trading card from Pokemon the first movie for just $1.99. Pokemon and Burger King. Come and catch them all.
I like to think of myself as an innovator who started a company, Dell Computer, around an idea that everybody should be doing business directly with one another, one-to-one, with no barriers. To me, that's the power of the internet. We'd like to show you how to empower your business in ways you've never imagined. I'm Michael Dell, and it's our reason for being.
Be direct. Dell. Dell servers use Intel Pentium 3 processors.
Scoring drive, 48 yards, just 4 plays. Took them 65 seconds. Thompson to Drummond, 18 unanswered points for Joe Paterno's Nittany Lions. And we, indeed, have a ball game.
Whatever Joe said to him at halftime, he ought to write a book and sell it. Put it in the pamphlet.
Looking for his 10th win of the season and number 317 on his career. But Nick Saban's Spartans have something to say about that with 12 and a half to play. 40 to kick. Haygood and Flowers back deep. And the kick coverage unit of Penn State did a great job on the last kick. Let's see how they do here. It'll be Flowers from the 12. Up the middle. And he got it out to the 30-yard line.
Drummond's touchdown reception. Right here, he's the wide receiver. He's just going to make a run across the field, a shallow route. No defensive backs go with him because they're dropping straight back in a zone coverage. Thompson doesn't have to throw the ball very far, and you use your speed coming laterally to get in the end zone.
And he does a good job, Bob, of just coming under control. He's sliding, he sees his zone, he doesn't outrun the coverage, he stays underneath, gives his quarterback an excellent target, then just turns it up the field. Now, if the cornerback for Michigan State had done a better job of staying home, he might have had a chance for a tackle, but he ran inside, Bob.
I think Drummond was listening to you guys after he had that chance in the end zone. He hasn't done anything wrong since. Here's the throw to Clinton.
On the backfield, they had Lloyd
stumble a little bit on takeoff, and he's actually going to lose yardage here.
Well, you mentioned Drummond. He's got 5 catches, 103 yards, 2 touchdowns, and all 5 catches have come on 3rd down.
Michigan State would take those kind of numbers on offense as a team if they could get them, because it's halftime, very little to show for 13 plays. How about -4 yards? And they lost 2 more right there. It's 2nd down and 12.
The emotions of young people, young kids, and the momentum can change very quickly.
Mac Morris is showing blitz right now in a track stance. Here it comes. Burke under pressure. Flags down. The throw's complete. And finally, they got one to Plaxico Burress, but it may all be coming back. Penalty marker in the backfield. Holding Michigan State. Just when they get something to go their way.
Yep.
John Sandusky coming on the outside. That might have been where the...
I think that was it. They were holding number 45.
Tight end wrapped an arm around his shoulders.
It's tough enough when the defense stops you. Now you're stopping yourself.
We haven't seen a game change complexion like this one in a long time. It seems like just a few minutes ago, 28-7.
I think what happened with Penn State, they were embarrassed, and their pride got to them. And Joe just reminded them, and he just came out and they just started playing. Yeah, exactly. I think they had a little bit of a hangover from last week's loss, the last 2 weeks' loss in the first half, and they just came out and said, let's play some ball.
Boy, that was a hangover. I want their aspirin. The Suns working. Burke to throw. Deep sideline, and a penalty marker's going to fly in there. Ascari Adams.
That's a very fortunate call for Michigan State because he was double covered.
Wilburn's pass intended for number 4.
Baju and Ascari Adams kind of sandwiched him. I don't even know if he could have gotten to it had they not.
No, he was double covered, and the ball would have been intercepted if anything. The receiver had no chance. Here he is down here. He's going to come down and make a move, but he's going to be double covered. To the bottom of your screen, the 2 white shirts. There's no way he catches that ball. It looks like Adams, number 18, does knock him down, though.
Yeah, that's a good call.
No question.
And a first down out of the 33. So finally they get a first down out of Plaxico Burress by penalty. And the first down since there was 3 minutes left in the first half.
Yeah, their last 4 possessions, they've started inside their 20-yard line.
First down at the 33, trying to hold on to a 3-point lead. Bill Burke loads and fires. There's a good pass.
Good pitch and catch there.
Out to Gary Scott, first down to the 44. Remember, Gary Scott got this thing going for Michigan State with a punt return touchdown, and now finally the crowd starting to show their appreciation for 28 seniors out here.
Behind the offense, good pass protection. Going on first down, you usually get good pass protection.
Down under 11 minutes. To the ground they go, and Clemens weaves his way for 2, maybe 3, as we go to John Saunders in New York. John?
Penn State trying to avoid losing for the 3rd consecutive time, but here's Boston College and Notre Dame. Jarius Jackson intercepted by Pedro Sereno. Boston College has their 8th win. They have Virginia Tech up next, and Notre Dame will not go to a bowl. Meanwhile, TCU's LaDainian Tomlinson had 406 yards and 6 touchdowns today. That's a record in Division 1A, 1AA, and Division 2. Quite a day. Right.
That's incredible.
Notre Dame running out of the miracles.
Yep. Bill Burke, plenty of time off play action, a little bit high, and Baker couldn't hold it at midfield. Took a pretty good shot from James Boyd while he was in midair, but that one sailed again on Bill Burke.
And it's raining down there, so it's getting a little bit hard.
He was covered by Penn State James Boyd.
Throw and catch.
Now the nickel defense comes in for Penn State.
Now this is when you don't want to have to throw the football. 3rd and 8 against the nickel defense, and they've got all the good pass rushers in there.
Jerry Sandusky's defense looking to come up with a stop. Michigan State has failed in their last 6 third-down conversion attempts.
Here they come.
They pick it up. Burko throws. Almost intercepted. It was intercepted by Brian Scott.
Shouldn't have thrown that ball.
Brian Scott, who just came into that nickel package, true freshman, gets the interception.
Quarterbacks have to make more decisions than anybody during a ball game, and you have to make good decisions. Just going to run a down and out to the outside. The defensive back is going to be underneath him. Scott looks back and sees the ball. If you throw that ball, you throw it long to give your guy a chance and nobody else.
Penn State with an opportunity now. If they can get a field goal on this drive to tie it or take the lead, they'll work from the 39. McCoo cuts inside across the 40 out to about the 42. Well, the first half was all Michigan State. As we talked about, the second half, all Penn State. First it was Kevin Thompson being hit, but Eddie Drummond making a sliding catch for a score. And then Brandon Short, the senior captain, picks one off. Kevin Thompson again after getting restrapped. Eddie Drummond on a crossing pattern again, and now the interception just moments ago by Brian Scott has got the Nittany Lions in gear. 2nd down and 7. Play action. Thompson might want it all again. Deep ball for Drummond. He's out there, and he overshot him by a couple yards.
Overthrew him. Pretty good coverage, but he had a couple of steps on the guy, but that ball had to be thrown about 55 yards. That's a tough completion in the rain.
Cedric Henry was covering with help from Eric Morris, the safety. There's Eddie Drummond's numbers. And the play comes in from the bench in the person of Sam Crenshaw, another wide receiver, on a 3rd down and 7. Everybody up for the Michigan State defense. Thompson under pressure, got it to his tight end, Stewart. Stewart inside the 30. Run down to the 14-yard line. Unbelievable. 45 yards to his tight end, Tony Stewart. I'm starting to think Thompson thrives on getting hit while he throws.
Thompson is turning this whole thing around. The motion's going to come out here, but the tight end is going to be on the backside. It's just going to be a backside completion to the tight end. He gets the ball in there between defensive backs, and Stewart just does something with it.
The best view of a Kevin Thompson pass for him is from his butt. That's where he landed again, but it's 45 yards later.
Well, he's into this game. There's no question about that.
Is he ever? First down at the 13. Omar Easy broke one tackle. Looking for blockers. Doesn't really find any. Kevin Thompson named a captain before this season started, when Penn State normally picks him before the bowl game. And he has taken shot after shot after shot. He's given a shot or two, and he's thrown a couple touchdown passes, and he's got Penn State within striking distance right now.
There's no question that he is the guy that has brought him back this second half.
2nd and 10 at the 13. Watson and McCoo in an eye backfield behind him, and now McCoo will flush that backfield and go out as a wide receiver. Here comes the blitz. Thompson throws. Incomplete. McCoo would have been the intended receiver. Eric Morris was covering at the goal line.
Well, he was covered. There was no chance to get that ball in there.
What a job Penn State's done in the red zone today. 3 touchdowns and a field goal in their 5 trips. And the only other time they came up short, they had intercepted that pass, and they threw it right back to T.J. Turner.
He got the ball on the 9-yard line going in and didn't get any points out of it.
3rd and 10, Penn State. at the Michigan State 13-yard line. They're loading up everybody close again to come at Kevin Thompson. And here they come. Thompson overshot Crenshaw. Never had a chance on that play.
A miscommunication there. He was throwing it to the outside. Crenshaw was running a slant. Thompson was expecting a fade.
Travis Forney comes out. He's 20 of 25 on the year. Hit one earlier today.
And because they made the two-point conversion after their last touchdown, they're only down by a field goal.
Second to Brett Conway in school history in field goals. And boy, does he need this 30-yarder from the right hash. This to tie the game with 7:50 left. Forney from 30.
Okay, we're done here.
And he got it. We're all tied up. 21 unanswered points for Penn State. And even though one of their stars isn't playing, he's cheerleading on the sideline. 28-28. Don't go away.
You are my brother. You are my sister. You are brave.
And full of courage.
You're my son. You are my daughter.
You're a peacekeeper.
I am proud of my country and its flag.
You stand tall.
You make me proud. You keep your promises.
You keep me safe.
You're my hero.
And you keep freedom alive.
For I am an American soldier. 11 blue-clad warriors stand on the brink of battle and ask themselves, where is the other team?
Reuben, on a Sunday afternoon.
Nothing helps you kick back at the end of the day like Tostitos chips and salsa.
I can't imagine anything.
We do suggest you actually wait till the end of the day.
He's a fine dancer, too.
Dig in, kick back with new hint of lime Tostitos.
A pile of 100-year-old bricks might look like rubble to some. But I knew what they'd been through. Knew that you could hardly hurt them. And that bricks with a history like that was strong enough to stand again.
Ford F-Series Super Duty. Built Ford tough.
One moment can make the difference between going home and going home a champion. The road to gold continues. Cape Canada, Sunday at 4 on ABC.
Penn State has not lost 3 to end the season since 1922. That was 4 years before that guy was born. Michigan State hasn't won 9 in a season since 1966, their championship year. We're deadlocked at 28 from Spartan Stadium. Haygood, 4 yards deep, will take a knee. Standings in the Big Ten. If you missed it earlier, Michigan a winner over Ohio State. So this one very much has a bearing on who goes where as far as the bowl games are concerned. Penn State looking for their 10th win for an 18th season. And Michigan State trying to go 9-2.
How about Glenn Mason in Minnesota?
Great job.
8-3.
Came from behind to beat Iowa today. Purdue a winner over Indiana. Illinois, and Ron Turner did a great job.
Big Ten will have seven teams eligible for bowls.
And Ryan Van Dyke, that's what he did last week, comes in to take over for Bill Burke.
It's a tough spot to come in.
Boy, you're not kidding. Here comes Duckett. Duckett broke a tackle. The big guy, the head of steam. He stepped out at the 39, but he still got 19 yards.
That's not a bad way for a fresh quarterback to break in. Hand it to your back and let Duckett run some.
Mateen Cleave says, all right, guys, that's the way we need to do it. Duckett, what a day he's had already. 3 touchdowns, a 20-yarder up the middle to start things off in this game. That takes it around left end for another score. And his 3rd touchdown of the day gave what Michigan State looked to have a comfortable lead. That's all evaporated. But that run by him, and here he comes again. This time he's dropped in his tracks. But he's well over 100 yards on the ground today on his 13 carries for 125. And 3 touchdowns for the freshman. And as I said earlier when we were talking, if you missed us talking with Barry Alvarez, the reason I said he might be the next coming of Ron Dane, 6'2", 255 and still growing.
Yes, and can run, as you've seen from his speed. I mean, he is large, and he can run.
At the 39-yard line, Michigan State now trying to come back at the 7-minute mark and muster something offensively behind Ryan Van Dyke. And he'll throw. No, he won't. Courtney Brown's got it. The sack master from defensive end just ate up the tackle and slips in there to pick up his 14th sack of the year.
You're not going to have much time when Courtney Brown is coming at you. Throw it on your first blink, because your second one, you're not going to have Payco. 2K Payco, the offensive tackle that was hurting before the game, let him get the sack.
Career record holder for sacks and tackles for loss, and he just keeps adding to that total. Courtney Brown. And he forces a 3rd and 16. That nickel defense in there again for Penn State. They picked off a pass the last time in this situation. Here comes the blitz. Van Dyke goes complete. But Gary Scott can only get back across the original line of scrimmage to the 40, and Michigan State's got to give it up.
The defensive sack got it.
Next Saturday night, Jarius Jackson and Notre Dame go up against a Stanford team that looks like it's headed to the Rose Bowl. Next Saturday night, 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on ABC Sports, home of the Bowl Championship Series. Bruce Branch waits on a punt. It'll be around 5.5 minutes left in this game for this ball to kick. And Branch may have a chance. He does from the 28. Out to the 35, a 7-yard return. 5:26 remaining for Penn State. Their senior leader on the sideline looking to bring them back.
To me, this isn't a hobby or even a sport. It's an obsession. So if I can't get out to this exact spot at this exact time of year, I may as well be bowling.
Get out there in expedition from your Ford outfitter. Outfitting you with the most far-reaching sport utilities on Earth. Ford Outfitters. No boundaries.
Car living a tough life. Better use a tough oil. Valvoline DuraBlend, the one strengthened with synthetics to outperform all leading conventional motor oils. Valvoline DuraBlend, tough oil for a long, tough life.
Parents love the fact that the Burger King Big Kids meal has more of a great tasting food their kids love. And kids love the fact that they can get a limited edition gold-plated Pokemon trading card to trade with their friends. Which makes every parent happy. Well, most parents. Now when you buy a tasty value meal, you can get a 23-karat gold-plated Pokemon trading card from Pokemon the First Movie for just $1.99. Pokemon and Burger King. Come and catch them all.
5:26 left, tied up. You think this doesn't have some impact on what could happen as you look at the Bowl Championship Series standings? Florida State battling Florida now. Virginia Tech won handily. Nebraska off. Florida involved in that game, obviously. Tennessee won big. Alabama plays Auburn tonight. Wisconsin sitting back ready to go to the Rose Bowl. And right here, Penn State and Michigan State both thinking about New Year's Day and who will be where. Kevin Thompson throws complete to his tight end. The ball is loose. Michigan State's got it. Gilmore, the tight end, made the catch, but the ball came loose and Newsom with a fumble recovery.
Michigan State, the 8th team in the nation in defense, shows their teeth again.
Amp Campbell made the hit. The ball came loose, and Newsom was there to scoop it.
That's a tough throw and catch for the tight end, because if the corner over there stays put, he's going to hit the tight end as soon as he catches the ball.
At the 39. Oh, Clemens got a couple. Jimmy Kennedy made the tackle along with Terpakis, and now time winding near the 5-minute mark. Remember, Michigan State's got one of the best kickers in the country. All they need is 3.
Yeah, both teams have excellent field goal kickers. Michigan State offense in the second half, 6 possessions. They punted 4 times, 2 turnovers, not much yardage.
Ryan Van Dyke at quarterback with a handoff to the fullback, DeJuan Moss. And he almost bowled his way to a first down. He's a little bit short. Now you'd think they'd bring in T.J. Duckett for this last yard they need. It's 3rd down and 1. And there he is. I put my money on number 8 getting a hand.
6'2", 255, lined up in the eye. Follow the fullback.
They fake it to him, and Van Dyke keeps it. Everybody thought what we thought, except Morris Watts and his quarterback. Good call. Good call. Very good call.
From behind the defense, all the white shirts thought it was going to be Duckett also, and he thought he was going to come up the middle. First down, new set of downs.
And the line of scrimmage now is at 25. Even if they stalled right here to be the 42-yard field goal, but a lot of time left and plenty of plays to work with. Duckett, the single setback. TJ gets the call, almost lost the handle, and he backs his way to about the 28.
I think at this point right here, at worst, all you want to do is run the ball, make some yardage, take some time off the clock, and then kick a field goal. What you'd like to do is make one more first down offensively, and then keep running the ball until you have to kick it.
Ettinger's numbers, 86%. He'll work the sideline and try to put out of his mind what may be coming up for him. 2nd down and 8. Burris and Scott both split to the left side. They'll run it that way. Duckett had to give some ground to gain some, and he did and does.
Well, he was lucky there because normally when you give that ground to get ground, you're not going to get back to where you were before.
Tupe Peko, who got bounced around by Courtney Brown earlier, got a nice block here.
Peko is number 74. Kind of pulls a little bit. 85, that's the tight end McCoy. Doesn't get much of a block, but he occupies. I guess that's the nicest thing you can say.
3rd down and 2. Clock stopped with 3:14 left. That's the only thing they didn't want to do on that last carry is go out of bounds.
Exactly.
This time they won't. And I think he's got it.
I don't think so.
Maybe not.
He was a little short.
Zach Morrison tripped him up. Looks to be a foot or so shy.
Now, what do you do? You take your shot here if you're Michigan State?
Oh, they're a whole yard shy, I guess.
You take your shot here and give Penn State 3 minutes to get a field goal?
That's the scary part.
But you put your best unit on the field if you're Michigan State. Your defensive unit goes back on the field.
Well, they're going to bring the sticks out to make an official measurement. But unless the field's crooked, this thing's quite a bit short. Yep. 2 feet.
You got to kick it.
Kick? What are you going to do? Oh, boy, he's leaving his offense out there.
Well, I can see where you might go this way.
He's leaving him out there.
Well, he's leaving him out there for now.
For now.
I can see where you might go this way.
Now the fans start cheering, and the offense at Michigan State says, hey, everybody quiet down. We can't hear. And is Penn State taking a timeout? Yes, they have. With 3:01 remaining, Nittany Lions take a timeout. We'll see what Michigan State does when we come back.
Why do I have Aflac Aflac insurance on top of my regular health insurance? Because he has his mother's eyes. Because I still have to teach him to whistle. And because Aflac helps cover what other insurance doesn't. If I'm injured, Aflac even provides cash to help pay bills. So why do I have Aflac? Did I mention he has his mother's eyes? Aflac supplemental insurance. Without it, no insurance is complete.
Chili's technical support. How do you eat these new Chili's lettuce wrap appetizers? Just pick up the lettuce, add grilled Asian spiced chicken and sauce, fold and eat. That sounds great, doesn't it, though?
This is a rental car. It's just a car, not even your car. So what's the big difference when you're choosing? Price. You search, get the rates, and what you're really looking for is a great car at a low rate. That's Thrifty. Just the things you'd expect from a worldwide car rental company. Things like great cars, great service, airline miles, Blue Chip Express program, the works, and at a low rate. So the next time you need a rental car, call Thrifty. Just what you want, just Thrifty.
Afraid your next get-together will be a flop? Order Chili's Party Platters. Act now. Call a Chili's representative, and your guests will flip over party-sized servings of buffalo wings, fajitas, baby back ribs, and more. End pre-party stress now. Order Chili's Party Platters new from Chili's.
3:01 remaining, tied at 28 at Spartan Stadium. Number 13 Penn State and number 14 Michigan State have battled all day long, and now Michigan State sends out its offense on 4th down and about 2 feet to go for a first down.
Well, if you don't make it, you leave your defense on the field and Penn State backed up.
And Dyke at quarterback. See if he sneaks it. Nope. They're going to give it to Duckett. He's got the first down. Michigan State keeps the drive alive.
Give that man right there credit, because if they had not made it, all the discredit would have gone. The second guessing would have been of Nick Saban. The offensive line on that side. Mason and Robinson Randall. Jensen, the center. Moss, the fullback.
And Duckett, who's been big all day, just gotten bigger. First down at the 11-yard line. Now they want to use as much time as possible. If a touchdown ensues, great. Otherwise, look for the short field goal. But Duckett's got other ideas. He did! Touchdown! The bulldozer from 11 yards out puts Michigan State in front. For the point after. Up and good. Michigan State's offense comes to life when they needed it. And T.J. Duckett, 4 touchdown runs today. Here's the last one.
The right side of that line, Robinson, Randall, and Mason, and Jensen. And McCoy, the tight end, and Duckett. But don't forget about Nick Saban and the 4th and 1 call to go for it, to put him in this position. This is just a will of minds right here. The last leap backwards into the end zone. Adams trying to pop it loose.
You have just met the future of Big Ten running backs. Right there. Brother Tico, a great player here. This kid's got all the tools to be something special. The captain's on the Penn State sideline. One with his helmet strapped, one with his helmet off, hoping that number 16 can pull a miracle here in the last 2.5 minutes. Ettinger to punt. The kick. And Kenny Watson and Larry Johnson.
And there's dynamite back there in those receivers.
Line drive returnable. Kenny Watson from the 9. Watson up the middle. Holds on to it out to the 30-yard line. ABC Sports presentation of college football brought to you by Ford F-Series. The best-selling trucks are built Ford tough. Dell Computer, pioneering direct internet ideas for your business. Be direct, Dell. Tostitos, dig in, kick back. And the U.S. Army, be part of the toughest, smartest army in the world. Be all you can be. The Capitol building is lit up, and so are 74,000 fans in Spartan Stadium. Kevin Thompson at quarterback. Drops the throw. It's intercepted by T.J. Turner. His second of the day. Defensive Nick Saban comes up big again.
They're trying to go to the tight end. Stewart right here. He's going to go down and run a curl. But Turner right here is going to read the route and get in front of him. Slides right in. They've been thrown to the tight end. And Turner makes the play.
The first interception thrown in the last 95 attempts by Kevin Thompson. And here comes T.J. Duckett, still going. That guy needs his own rest stop area. They haven't parked him yet.
There's Turner, number 35. He knows they've been throwing it to the tight end. 7 catches by the tight ends today. Turner with his 5th interception on the year. He has 2 touchdowns, one on a fumble return and one on an interception return.
Duckett now the single setback. We're under 2 minutes, and the clock is running. Crowd quiets for the snap count. Here comes Duckett again. And again, he makes a few would-be tacklers at least pay for it to bring him down. Ron Graham finally does. They haven't been in an upper-tier bowl since '88. And do you remember it? Michigan State against Swanee's alma mater in the Rose Bowl. They won't be going to the Rose Bowl this year, but they have put on a performance that'll put them in a New Year's Day bowl for sure today. Jumped out to a big lead, held on for dear life, saw Kevin Thompson drag Penn State back by its shoelaces, and now finally T.J. Turner's interception has probably ended any dreams of Penn State winning a 10th game.
If Michigan State goes on to win, they'll tie for second in the conference with Michigan. And they'll go to one of the top-tier bowls.
T.J. Duckett, 4 touchdowns among his 20 carries for 165 yards. You add his touchdowns to Jerry Scott's punt return. And Joe Paterno seeing one slip away here with 1:34 left. A Penn State team that came in, did not show the Penn State pride that we talked about in the first half, but boy, did they ever in the second half. Led by Brandon Short right there, their senior middle linebacker and co-captain. And Courtney Brown has been all over the place again today, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough unless they can rip one out here.
To me, it just points up how difficult a conference the Big Ten is.
Yep.
6 teams in the top 25 coming into the day. 7 teams will go to bowl games. And probably 2 will be in the BCS Bowl.
Time permitting, stay tuned. The Thrifty Continental post-game report with scores and highlights with John and Terry from across the country. Obviously, a lot of big games today, and this one was part of it. Michigan beat Ohio State. Minnesota came from behind to beat Iowa. Purdue over Indiana. Illinois won again, and now there was this one. And Michigan State is 1:34 away from a huge win. Duckett bounces outside. Bazoo brings him down after getting back to the line of scrimmage. And there's going to be the timeout. That will be Penn State's last. They can't stop it again. Michigan State State team that started the season 6-0, and Nick Saban said to us as we got ready to do the Purdue game, I just don't know, guys, sometimes we hit that mid-season stretch where things go badly, and you can go from 6-0 to 6-5 pretty quickly. Well, they did lose to Purdue. They lost again the following week, but they have recommitted themselves to doing what they did early in the season, put it back together, won a couple games in a row. And then there's a guy like Amp Campbell in his 6th year and his final minute and 25 seconds on this field. And remember, he's the guy that put the hit on the Penn State tight ends that really was a key play here in this 4th quarter. The hit, it was scooped up by Richard Newsom, but Amp Campbell's the guy that caused the fumble.
Grandpa Soup, they call him.
Grandpa Soup. He talked with us about the fact that this time last year he had no idea what his future might hold. He didn't know if he was even going to be able to get out of bed. He did, with a neck brace and all, came out as a captain late in the season, and then had to put himself back together to ever become a football player again, and nobody thought he could, but he thought he could, and he did, and he was a big part of this win that's coming up today. Courtney Brown, another stop behind the line. He just keeps adding to that list, but it's not going to be enough today.
And against 4th down, and against this outfit, even without Arrington, I don't think you kick the field goal.
Yeah.
You just let the clock run down and just go for it on 4th down.
And then let him have it 80-some yards away.
He went over and he told him, he says, I'm going to let the clock run down to 2 seconds, and then I'm going to call timeout.
And here comes LeVar Arrington for the first time today. But he's anticipating field goal, and I'm with Bob. I don't think there'll be a field goal.
I don't think there's going to be a field goal.
4th down. Well, here comes Ettinger.
I don't know about this.
Ettinger swinging a leg. He still hasn't run completely out there, but they appear to have their field goal unit out there.
There's only 42 seconds left to play. It would seem to me that the only way that Penn State's going to get a touchdown is to block a field goal, scoop it up, and run the rest of the way.
Reminder, tomorrow night on ESPN, the Saints go to Jacksonville. They'll face Mark Brunell and the first-place Jaguars. And then our action on Monday night, heated rivalry dates back to the old AFL days. The Denver Broncos take on the Oakland Raiders, 9 o'clock, 6 o'clock Pacific on ABC Sports. Well, here comes Paul Ettinger. And here comes LeVar Arrington, maybe the best kick blocker in college football.
Well, both he and Courtney Brown line up deep, as you see. They'll line up deep, and they'll both run, and they'll just sky. There'll be 4 hands in the air trying to block it.
The one we saw LeVar Arrington block against Purdue, he said, I even shocked myself. I didn't know I could get that high. 38-yard field goal attempt, and watch those two guys that Bob just circled. For a sure win. Kick on the way. No good. So Penn State has 37 seconds left.
And no timeouts.
And Frank Ganner talking to Kevin Thompson on the sideline. Here he comes. Arrington and Brown gave it a go. I'll tell you that. They may have altered the course or at least the pattern of kick a little bit. Went right between them, but it went to the left.
Well, Shelby Fields is out of the game. I would try to get the ball to Drummond on that little crossing route that's been good for him all day long.
And let him turn on the Jets. Thompson with time. Deep ball. Crenshaw made a catch. They're still alive out at the 41-yard line.
31 seconds.
They move the sticks. I don't think the clock stopped. He wasn't out of bounds. That's why Penn State's hustling up to the football.
3 receivers at the top of your screen.
Now Kevin Thompson just spike it to give himself a little chance to think. Downs aren't as important as yardage right now. Every play could be your last, so this gives them an opportunity to talk it over on the sideline.
You don't do the alley-oop yet because you don't have to rely on luck. If you got 3 receivers on one side, a good route would be send 2 of them straight down the field 40, 50 yards and send the 3rd one and stop him at about 25 or 30 yards. Let the 2 clear out and let the other one stop behind him.
Drummond Edwards to the top of your screen. He's the speed burner.
Across one of the wide receivers.
McCoo from a slot goes out. They're going to throw it up for Drummond. Air it out there for him. Incomplete, and Campbell was covering. And Thompson threw it too far.
All right, you gave him a shot.
Yep. You still got 2 downs to work. 35-28 Michigan State. Trying to hold on now after missing a field goal that would have iced this thing. There's some exhaustion out there. Just saw Thornhill come out from his linebacker position. He could barely make it to the sideline.
Yeah. How about those defensive linemen? They're dead.
Thompson going to throw short to McCoo and let him do his thing, and he'll get a first down and get out of bounds at the 48-yard line. Pickup of 11. Still not over. 19 seconds left.
Well, a tip ball. It happened a couple of weeks ago against Penn State. Minnesota got it for a win. And that's not out of the realm of possibility right here, and that's what Nick Saban's worried about.
Drummond brings it in from the sideline. First down, Penn State at the Michigan State 48-yard line. 19 seconds to play. They trail by a touchdown. Stewart, the tight end, shifts over and lines up on the left side. Thompson goes short over the middle. There's a crossing route to Drummond, but this time Michigan State's got it.
That's all wrapped up. If you don't pick it up, you're in the center of the field.
And the clock is winding. It'll wind to a close. Finally, the officials trying to stop it at 1 second. The team storming the field. The referee's trying to give Penn State one more play. The referee frantically waving his arms to stop the clock. And now they send everybody back to the sideline.
They won't get this off.
I don't think they will. They're going to have to hurry. They got to get under center right now. They wind it. Thompson, now it's over. Yep. Michigan State a winner. Their 9th victory of the season. And they're perfect at home, 6-0 this year. Today's Chevrolet players of the game. Penn State's senior quarterback Kevin Thompson. T.J. Duckett, a freshman from Michigan State. In recognition of their efforts, Chevrolet will make a $1,000 contribution to each university's general scholarship fund beginning this year. Chevrolet also donates $1,000 to 2 high schools. Heartbreak for Penn State. Their season ends with 3 losses. Jubilation at Spartan Stadium. Final score, Michigan State 35, Penn State 28. For Lynn Swan and Bob Greasy, I'm Brad Nessler. ABC Sports is online at ESPN.com, part of the GO Network. This has been a presentation of ABC Sports, a continuing tradition of excellence.
Spartan Stadium. Okay.
Tragedy leaves Dharma and Greg fighting for their lives when Kitty cooks Thanksgiving dinner. All new Dharma and Greg. Then, is it the turkey or is it the yams that makes Mike and Heather hit the sheets?
Mike! Oh, who's your deputy, man?
Spin City at a special time after Dharma and Greg. See you Thanksgiving Tuesday on ABC. She was a single mom having the worst day of her life until he came along and made it worse.
My mom hates her dad. So, my dad hates her mom.
For the first time on network television.
Just want to know if you're wearing panties.
Huh? Michelle Pfeiffer, George Clooney.
She told you she likes me?
It's so obvious, Daddy.
What would you do if I kissed you right now?
I wonder what they're doing. Wait.
Yeah, okay.
One Fine Day, tonight 9/8 Central on the ABC Big Picture Show. A great movie every Saturday night.
Jenkins Chrysler Dodge Jeep has been family owned and operated for over 14 years. At Jenkins, you'll always find the best prices and quality service. Just ask our customers.
I found that deal that I've received the best, and that's at Jenkins Chrysler.
They've given me the best deal here, and I've always came back to Jenkins.
I've bought cars for over 50 years, and this place cannot be beat for the service.
Take a short ride to Jenkins Chrysler Dodge Jeep, Highway 27 North, Lafayette.
We grew up in places where you know the name of your neighbor, the name of your grocer, then the name of your mechanic. about good people taking care of their friends and neighbors.
The Berlin Wall 10 years later, tonight on News Channel 9 at 11. You're watching News Channel 9, WTBC Chattanooga, with Mike Dunn. Your dependable storm track forecast from meteorologist Sean Ash. And sports with Dave Staley. This is News Channel 9 Weekend.
Fire tears through a mobile home in Catoosa County, Georgia this afternoon, leaving 2 children dead. Tonight, investigators and family members want to know how it happened. Good evening, and thank you for joining us tonight. Headlining our news, a family's grief in the aftermath of that fatal fire. It happened around 2 o'clock in Fort Oglethorpe on McDonald Drive, which is off of Cloud Springs Road. News Channel 9 reporter Michael Baldwin is about to join us live from the scene. Michael, any clues as to how this fire started right now?
Mike, at this point, fire investigators do not have any clues as to how this mobile home went up in flames. Mike, behind me, you can actually still see some of the crime scene tape that is up. Tragically, 2 children lost their lives. A 2-month-old and a 3-year-old child are dead. Firefighters arrive on the scene to find this mobile home on fire. They're told 3-month-old Timothy LaRue and his 2-year-old brother Austin Lewis are trapped inside. Tragically, the 2 children would not make it out alive.
When I came outside, the left side of the trailer was already blazing.
Troy Parker says he covered himself and went into the house to try and save the boys.
You know, I looked in, see if I can hear anything, and I heard the baby crying, so I tried to go in and get the baby. The baby's in the corner on the right side right there, and I can only get halfway in the heat and the smoke that's overtook me.
Darren Borrera also did his part to try and rescue the boys. He still had the hammer he used to break the window.
Yes, I tried to open the window back, but I can't do nothing.
The mother of the 2 boys was in the house at the time. She says she was overcome by the fire and helpless to save her sons.
The daddy of the other little boy said, I smell smoke, I smell smoke. And he's gone. And I should have been, you know, I told me they would let me. Should have been anyway. I can't lose him.
Elijah Washington was playing with Austin at the time. He says he ran out when he saw the fire. Fire investigators don't know what ignited the fire, but one onlooker says a firefighter told her what he thinks happened.
Oh, evidently one of the little kids were playing with matches, that's what they said. Playing with something that started a fire. I say.
Now, Mike, that is the word on the street, but fire investigators have no official cause as to what started this fire. They don't know when they're going to wrap up their investigation either. We'll, of course, bring it to you as soon as we know. Live in Fort Oglethorpe, Georgia, Michael Baldwin, News Channel 9.
All right, Michael, thank you so much. It's a heartbreaking story. Well, it was a flea market sponsored by those who protect and serve. Maybe you're one of those who took home a bike for the kids, maybe a stereo system, even a cell phone. The Chattanooga Police held its auction today to clear out its property room of things never claimed. Bicycles, electronics, tools, you name it, it is there. Hundreds of people packed the service center to get their dibs on things recovered from burglaries or abandoned by thieves on the run. Most people came with their own wish list of things they wanted to take home.
Just amps and speakers and cell phones and pagers. You ready to make some bids? Oh, yeah. Bring some cash? Yep. How much? A lot.
Now all that cash goes back into the police department's budget to help them buy the things they need. You know, with Thanksgiving just around the corner, folks in the Tennessee Valley are already getting into the holiday spirit. And it was certainly on display today in Dade County, Georgia, as bikers there continued a tradition begun last year. It is the annual Roy Buchanan Toy Run in memory of Roy, and it all kicked off during a conversation over coffee. Well, last year, 87 bikers showed up with a unwrapped toy rather. This year, they were back and all in the proper spirit, as Roy's widow explained.
If there is one child that receives a gift at Christmas that normally wouldn't get anything, this is what it's all about. It's not about everybody getting together and drinking coffee and doing whatever. It's kids at Christmas, and that's all that matters.
By the way, this toy run was not limited to bikers. It was also for cool cars. Like, check it out, that cherry red 65 Mustang you see in the background. Well, Sean Ash is ahead with a look at the weekend forecast. Right, Sean?
Yeah, Mike, that is right. And we are going to be looking at a little bit of light rainfall during your evening. What's in store for the forecast on Sunday? We'll talk about that coming up in just a little bit in your 5-day forecast. Stay with us.
Oak Expressions and Unfinished Furniture Expo's going out of business sale ends on or before November 22nd. Yes, Oak Expressions and Unfinished Furniture Expo are about to close their doors forever. Name your own price on all fine quality wood furniture and leather. No reasonable offer will be refused. Even some unreasonable offers will be considered. Now you can own the furniture of your dreams for literally pennies on the dollar. Our loss is definitely your gain. The end is absolutely here for Oak Expressions and Unfinished Furniture Expo. Going out of business forever. Name your own price.
There are a lot of exciting things going on here at Crystal. Like this! Look at this! The Crystal Chick! Oh, it's a real chicken breast filet served on a hot steamed bun. We think it is so good that we are offering a little challenge if you guys are up for a challenge. Take a few bucks, go get your favorite chicken sandwich. Take the change, just 79 cents, and go get a Crystal Chick. Take a bite and you will know! The Crystal Chick rules!
Always the best deals, regardless. Marshall My Sport makes saving simple. Buy a brand new '99 Ford and save thousands. Ranger XL Sport with air, now only $10,895. Four-door Explorer 4x4 loaded, $24,995. F-150 Super Cabs, XLTs, and Lariats 2- and 4-wheel drive, $4,000 off MSRP. New Taurus LX, loaded, $14,995. If you plan to buy a vehicle in the next 30 days and you don't come see the Marshal, you're making a $1,000 mistake. Marshall My Sport, nobody sells for less, regardless.
So we'd like to save money. This is the list I use at the other grocery store. The overall store is real nice and everything. We were going to take that other one back to that other store. We paid too much for that other one. I've got the buggy full. I'm at the checkout. We're ready to find out. We just saved about $7 for our overall grocery bill.
Ingles, you get a lot more.
I'll hand it to you. $7 is worth a trip.
You pay a lot less.
Alrighty, welcome back. And those clouds outside today had a little more barks than bites. You didn't really see a whole lot of rainfall. Didn't really expect a whole lot, but nonetheless, we still have a little bit of light rainfall to talk about down toward the Dalton area. As you travel down 75, you folks in Calhoun, heading up toward Ellijay and also the Blue Ridge, a little bit of light rain and mist. And we're going to kind of pull in real close here to the Chattanooga area, kind of zoom in right around Lookout Mountain, up toward Signal Mountain, and up toward the Walden Ridge area. Then this is real light stuff, less than 1/10 of an inch, that's for sure. And we'll see this probably for the next 12 hours, perhaps. Maybe a little sunshine tomorrow. Let's go look at some temperatures now in the Neighborhood Storm Track Network. Kind of a mild November evening, that's for sure. 63 toward Pikeville. Colmont, you folks are at 57, 59 down toward Trenton. With the clouds around, a good deal of moisture in the atmosphere. Don't really expect these numbers to dip down too much tonight. I think middle 50s. With that said, the air pretty much nearly saturated. We may actually see some dense fog by tomorrow morning, so kind of keep that in mind. Regionally, here's how things look. You can kind of pick out a cold front here. 60 right now at level field, 57 toward Nashville. Wow, the lights are going out, folks. It's just one of those days at News Channel 9. 48 towards St. Louis, 45 Springfield. Colder air behind this front. We're seeing clear skies, and whatever heat they had is now radiating back up into the atmosphere. The cold front's kind of stretching through the Tennessee Valley. It's actually breaking apart. Now, we do have lots of Gulf moisture in the atmosphere. That's why we have the clouds right now, kind of a southwesterly flow at the surface and also aloft. Kind of see these clouds, and notice a little spin right here, a little upper-level low that's enhancing some of this and creating some of this light rain showers. But really not a whole lot to talk about after this scoots off to our east. Another look at the radar, and look how scattered this stuff is. Nothing's very widespread. If you have plans to head down to Atlanta tomorrow, that race will be dry after a cloudy start. And here's your hometown forecast. 70 toward Tunnel Hill, 66 up toward Altamont. 56 tonight, mild areas of fog, and a little bit of light rainfall. 68 tomorrow, mixture of sun and clouds. And there's your 5-day forecast, Mike. Hey, middle 70s.
70s, we like it.
Yeah, before a front comes in, give us another chance of rain on Wednesday and Thursday.
Okay, we thank you for that. Okay, more at 11, right? Thank you. Well, sports is just ahead, and it's time for most of the rivalry games to be played in college football. For example, the Iron Bowl tonight between Auburn and Alabama. Tennessee and Kentucky met this afternoon on the gridiron as the Vols look to go 8-2 on the year. And Dave's got the details in just 2 minutes, so stay with us.
Oak Expressions and Unfinished Furniture Expo's Going Out of Business sale ends on or before November 22nd. Yes, Oak Expressions and Unfinished Furniture Expo are about to close their doors forever. Name your own price on all fine quality wood furniture and leather. No reasonable offer will be refused. Even some unreasonable offers will be considered. Now you can own the furniture of your dreams for literally pennies on the dollar. Our loss is definitely your gain. The end is absolutely here for Oak Expressions and Unfinished Furniture Expo. Going out of business forever. Name your own price.
For more than 160 years, John Deere has been changing the face of agriculture. And today, we're changing the face of healthcare. John Deere Health Plan. Ask your employer about it.
Wouldn't you really rather get it down here at Lawrence Duster's award-winning service department and at a very competitive price? Look, folks, sure, we do engines, transmissions, but we do alignments, spark plugs, brakes, tune-ups, windshield wipers, even fluid, loose screws, every service you might need. Example, oil change and filter, only $21.95 complete. If you own an American-made car-like truck, do it right. Lawrence Duster's award-winning service department.
I love the holidays, the music, the fun. Hey, the Long John Silver.
Long John Silver's makes dinner easy. Try our new, larger country-style breaded fish, tender shrimp, classic batter-dipped fish, and right now, get all three in the Long John Silver Seafood Sampler for just $3.99. Long John Silver's. Can't resist that crunchy stuff. Celebrate with our holiday crystal starting at 99 cents. Collect them all.
And welcome to sports, everyone. After losing to Arkansas last weekend and seeing another national championship fade away, the Volunteers went looking for a win today. Kentucky standing in the way. The Wildcats, under head coach Hal Mumme, are always dangerous, but Tennessee, ranked 7th in the nation, showed itself to be a little bit more dangerous of the two teams. Highlights from Lexington. Big Orange comes out of smoking. Cedric Wilson hauls in a first-quarter TD pass from T. Martin, but really, the star of this ball game is Travis Henry. His 40-yard TD run right here makes it 14-0. Travis filling in for the injured Jamal Lewis. Still first period. Travis has a whole lot more in him. This is a 61-yard touchdown burst on the day. Travis Henry, 23 carries for 179 yards and 3 scores. Here's the third. Henry scoring in the second quarter, 13 yards out. Tennessee scores the first 27 points of the day. In the end, that simply kills the Cats. Kentucky hangs around for a while. Dusty Bonner throws for 3 scores. This one to Anthony White right before the half makes it a 27-14 tally. But it's only an illusion. The Vols then run off 29 straight. Here's another T. Martin TD pass. This one to David Martin. Very nice. Vols won 59-21 last year. Just as bad this time around. 56-21. That's now 15 consecutive Tennessee victories over the Wildcats. Vanderbilt closes out the Volunteers' regular season next weekend. Finley Stadium today, the Chattanooga Mocs played host to Furman. Final game of the season for the Mocs. Furman looking for a share of the Southern Conference Championship. UTC's mission, if they decided to accept it, was simply to win and finish with a winning record. 14-7 Paladins after the first quarter. They go a-hunting for more. Lewis Ivory is loose. 9 yards out, touchdown, 21-7, Furman on top. Chattanooga comes right back. Chris Sanders through Cos DiMatteo. It's been a record year for Cos. 21-14, Furman's lead is shaved, but every time Chattanooga would score, the Furman Paladins would answer back. Justin Hill upcoming, a 16-yard run. That's a touchdown. In the end, it's a winnable game for the Mocs, but the defense comes up just a little bit short. And for the second year in a row, Mocs finish at 5-6. 40-35, Furman wins it, a shootout. Afterwards, head coach Buddy Green talked about a very tough loss.
I tell you what, it's as hard as I've been through. And I've been through a lot of tough ones. And I told the kids, I hate it for the kids. It's just a tough loss. We had an opportunity to win that ball game many times. We didn't get it done. Obviously, you know, when you get penalized many times, we did make the mistakes we made, and they get penalized for 1 yard. You know, you're not going to win the ball game.
Yeah, that's true. Buddy Green. Yeah. So a tough loss for the Mocs. We have much more football, of course, to talk about tonight. Georgia highlights, Iron Bowl highlights. Florida State a winner today over Florida. Looks like State's going on to play for the national championship. So lots of highlights, football highlights, and a little basketball tonight as well.
Notice those sparse seats. John Plus is going to talk about that at 11 tonight.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Dave. Appreciate it. It is that time of the year. Holiday parades are everywhere, and we're going to show you where some of the News Channel 9 crew are hanging out earlier in the day when we come back. Stay with us.
Oak Expressions and Unfinished Furniture Expo's going out of business sale ends on or before November 22nd. Name your own price on all fine quality wood furniture and leather. No reasonable offer refused.
Folks, why settle for some teeny-weeny chicken sandwich made by Burger Boys? Take a big old bite of Colonel's new Triple Crunch. Not one, not two, but 3 crunchy white meat strips. Well, you almost need 3 hands to hold it. Try my new Triple Crunch sandwich. Right now, it's just $1.99. $1.99? I could do that. I'm the Colonel. My new Triple Crunch at KFC. It's just one of 5 new sandwiches.
On December 18th, NCAA Championship football is coming to Chattanooga. It's the 1999 Division I 2A Championship game at Finley Stadium's Davenport Field. The excitement of championship football is a phone call away. For tickets, call 423-266-6627. That's 423-266-6627. Or log on to NCAAchampionships.com.
Everybody's forgetting Thanksgiving. Hey, not Dodge or Chattanooga. Check out this 2000 Neon, only $169 a month. Or how about a 2000 minivan for only $279 per month? That's Dodge of Chattanooga, your big Dodge dealer.
Downtown Chattanooga, and everybody that test drives during the month of November gets a free turkey.
A turkey? What are they going to do with a turkey? Dodge of Chattanooga, your big Dodge dealer, downtown. We're putting Chattanooga into motion.
It's a new formula for excitement. Laugh while you learn. Be sure to tell your teacher you want to go to the News Channel 9 Science Theater. Great educational science and laser programs for all ages. Call today for reservations and the next showtime. Reading, Writing, and Reality. Monday on News Channel 9 at 6. Depend on us.
Well, folks in Hickson got a sneak peek at Santa with their annual Christmas parade a bit earlier in the day, and what they got to do was look at things like this. Floats and Ronald McDonald waving all the kids lined up along the streets of Hickson Pike, and my gosh, who are those folks? That would be Rocky from Rock City, of course, and what would be a parade without youngsters enjoying themselves and flashing those Tennessee pom-poms? All enjoying themselves, and speaking of pom-poms, here's Calvin with his, and Katrina just kind of cajoling them along. And where did you get that hat? Sean, did he borrow that from you?
I think he did.
No, indeed. Well, you know, it's nice for you to share. It's always a good thing here at the News Channel.
Christmas season.
Yeah, indeed it is, and we're glad to kick it off. And in fact, John Plus right now is in East Ridge at the holiday parade there. So we hope to have highlights of that for you tonight at 11 o'clock. And until then, have a very nice evening. Bye-bye. Don't forget Millionaire at 8 o'clock tonight.
The following is a paid advertisement for Time Life's music collection.
If you grew up in the 60s, you remember it as the most exciting time for rock and roll ever. Hi, I'm Larry Anderson, and I'm going to take you back to that time. Of course, I'll be getting a little help from girl groups like the Shirelles and the Chiffons, from Motown legends like the Temptations and the Supremes, from surf sensations like the Beach Boys and Jan and Dean, and from incredible vocalists like Roy Orbison and Dion. Whether it was dance music that moved your feet or love songs that stole your heart, the music of the 60s was truly unforgettable. What great songs. These are real classics. And now Time Life Music has brought back all your favorite classics in one incredible collection called the Unforgettable 60s. These are without doubt the greatest oldies of all time. In fact, when I sat down and listened to the 156 hits on this collection, it blew me away. The 60s were the greatest oldies era ever. But don't take it from me. Just kick back and relax, because we're going to make the unforgettable 60s come alive.
Time Life Music presents the Unforgettable 60s, the ultimate hits collection from the greatest decade in American music. Join host Larry Anderson on a music-packed journey through rock and roll history. You'll hear all the hits that defined the 60s together for the first time in one magnificent collection. You'll sing along to girl group classics. You'll thrill to great doo-wop harmonies. You'll shake to irresistible dances. You'll rock to the greatest oldies of all time. Now relive the most memorable moments in rock and roll history with the biggest, the best, the most comprehensive 60s collection ever. Time Life's Unforgettable 60s.
By the time the 60s began, everybody knew that rock and roll was here to stay, especially teenagers. They were hungry for new sounds and new artists. In 1960, one of those new artists was an incredible vocalist from Wink, Texas, the legendary Roy Orbison.
Only the lonely know the way I feel tonight.
My baby whispers in my ear. Sweet nothing. Here he comes, that daddy's clown.
Teen idols used great songs and good looks to create hits like this Johnny Burnett classic.
Ooh, you come on like a dream, peaches and cream, lips like strawberry wine. You're 16, you're beautiful, and you're mine. My talented girl, yeah, sweet talented girl. Poetry in motion, walking by my side. Her lovely locomotion keeps my eyes open wide.
For parties, nothing beat Hank Ballard and the Midnighters. Vocal groups in the early 60s revived that classic rock and roll style called doo-wop. For fun, teenagers turned to great novelty records, like this #1 hit by the Hollywood Argyles.
There's a man in the funny papers we all know. The worst person I know. Oh, you need time. I take a good time. Timing is a thing. It's true. Your time has brought me to you.
1961 brought us some of the greatest love songs of all time. One of the most unforgettable came from the Shirelles.
You don't know what you've got until you lose it. You gave me all your love, but I abused it. So darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh,
Wow. Ben E. King's Stand By Me. You know, I remember back in the 60s playing that song over and over on a jukebox, just like this one. And you know, the song still sounds great today. A true classic. And that's what Time Life's Unforgettable 60s is all about. 156 rock and roll classics all together in one complete collection. It's like having the ultimate oldies jukebox right in your own home. Call the toll-free number on your screen and listen to the Unforgettable 60s on your own CD or cassette player. If it's not the best collection you've ever heard, Time Life will refund your money, no questions asked. The collection is that good.
For the first time ever, all your favorite hits from the 60s have been gathered together in one complete collection. Introducing the Unforgettable 60s. 156 hits from the greatest era in rock history. The best of the Shirelles, Roy Orbison, the Beach Boys, the Supremes, Dion, the Drifters, and the Four Seasons. It's the most magnificent oldies collection ever assembled. Every hit is mastered from the original studio recordings. You'll hear all the music sounding as fresh as the day it was recorded. You'll recapture all the excitement of the 60s as you move year by year, listening to the greatest hits of 1960, 61, 62, 63, and 64. You'll also get a special collection of the greatest teen idol hits of all time. Each Unforgettable 60s album comes with complete liner notes packed with photos and stories about the artists and their music. It's all available on 7 CDs or 7 double-length cassettes. Plus, when you order your Unforgettable 60s collection, we'll send you a special bonus album devoted to the incredible year of 1964. That's 7 full albums of great rock and roll, 156 hits.
Pretty woman, walking down the street, pretty woman, the kind I like to meet, pretty woman.
Call now to enjoy the Unforgettable 60s on your own stereo for 30 full days. If it's not the best rock and roll collection you've ever heard, just send it back for a full refund. No questions asked. There's no club to join, and Time Life guarantees your satisfaction. So have your credit card ready and call our toll-free number now to get the Unforgettable 60s. Credit card users pay 4 monthly installments of $21.99 for cassettes or only $24.99 for compact discs. Or send check or money order in the amount of your first installment to Unforgettable 60s, Department 1, Richmond, Virginia 23280. We'll bill you for the rest. Remember, the Unforgettable 60s is not sold in stores, so don't wait. Call now.
Welcome back. I'm Larry Anderson, and we're listening to the greatest oldies of all time with Time Life's Unforgettable 60s collection. In 1962, a new style of rock and roll took over the airwaves, the girl group sound. Girl groups produced some of rock's most enduring hits, thanks to classics like this one, written by Carole King. Along with the girl groups, female vocalists captured the joy and pain of teen romance, producing hits like this Barbara George classic. The era's finest male rocker was a cool, streetwise singer from the Bronx named Dion DiMucci. It started with the twist, and by 1962, dance crazes swept all across America. A party song took Jimmy Soul to the top of the charts. In 1962, Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons made their debut with a #1 hit about a girl named Sherry.
This world, nothing can stop a dutiful girl. Let me tell you now, when I come home feeling tired and weak, I go up where the air is fresh and sweet. On the roof.
Teenagers loved the soft ballads of vocalists like Barbara Lynn. They were perfect for the last dance of the night, the slow dance.
Hello, stranger.
Back in the 60s, I had racks full of great 45s, and I'd listen to them on my own record player one after another. But can you imagine trying to find 156 hits like this today? You'd have to buy a huge stack of albums, and you'd spend a fortune. Well, that's the beauty of Time Life's unforgettable 60s. You get all your favorite 60s hits together in one complete collection. 7 CDs or cassettes, and each one has 22 original hits by the original artists. That's twice as many songs as you get on most albums. It's a great value. And the best part is that owning this collection is as easy as picking up the phone.
For the first time ever, all your favorite hits from the 60s have been gathered together in one complete